Let's see if this is working this time. If the internet is better. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see if I'm back on or not. Hi, kitty. All right. Let's try this again. All right. Hey, everybody. Sorry about that. I was having some issues with the internet. They were persisting all morning. So we loaded this back up to take reloaded everything, reset internet. I think it has something to do with the snow in my neighborhood. Can you guys hear me out there? All right, great. All right, good afternoon. It's 12:04. Just a quick heads up, we have some XBI calls coming in. I know some of you guys are addicted to biotech. $1 million in calls, March 18th, 97C. Yeah, good to see you guys. Hey, Jim James, why'd you tell me to hold these puts? No, Cowboy's fine. Were you here, Cowboy, when we bought those calls yesterday? This is WEBRR, Pirate Captain Radio. Did you buy those calls yesterday with me, Cowboy Starfish? Did you make bank on those calls? Yeah, he's joking. Oh, he knows? You are short, though? Yeah, I think it's okay to be short here. I mean, well, yeah. In the overall sense of things, technically, there's still a good chance that we trade back down to retest. In past history, we have. So I have to keep that. That's still in the back of my mind, right? I still have the layered outlook on the market. You know, you do have to have the layered outlook on the market. But you also have to respect the bulls and what they're doing today. And you have to think about the skirt being raised by the banks yesterday. You know, those banks, they're relentless. You know, banks hire the smartest people out there, or they think they do. And they've got computers running, they've got algos running. We know that the market has changed. Anyone that's traded this market, anything before, I want to call it, really it started to ramp up and no, the ramp up's taken place the past couple of years. There was an article done recently. I can't remember if it was the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, but they discussed in depth that the hedge funds and the banks learned from the GME fiasco and how to relentlessly trade this market. They were very insulted and very upset that they were taken for a ride. That was not lost upon banks. So the ramp up probably took place in 2020, but the HFTs, like the high frequency traders, the algorithms have just become relentless over the years. And it's like peak right now, right? We've got peak connectivity amongst retail traders. And so there's a war going on right now in the market. So yeah, you can change your position. You can change your bullish to bearishness on the fly right now. Anyone's been trading longer than like 5 years or so, 10 years it was there. It was there in 87. They started to make or use computers more frequently. Or actually, they tried to fix them because that's who crashed the market in my view. But, you know, over time, we're working towards that moment, another moment in the market where you have to be fast and you have to be able to change your viewpoints on the market. Watching some AMC calls, BB, MU, grab. Watching SPY puts January 31st for 30p. And watching BB calls again. QQQ puts $1.2 million January 31st, 340p. PayPal, $500,000 puts for June 17th, 22. That looks more like a hedge against PayPal, not an actively. I think PayPal is going to burn. You are going to expect to see bears put up a fight here. It should be expected. I'm watching a split come out right now. INTC, May 20th, 2022, right? They bought $2.2 million in calls and $2.2 million in puts. 2.3 million. So it looks like they got a split of some kind going on INTC. But you're going to expect bears to step up here. It's to be expected if the bulls are going to put up a fight. We're going to do this BTC thing real quick, this Bitcoin thing. Just want to take a real look at Bitcoin because I'm bearish on Bitcoin overall. I think all it takes is a country to say we're going to switch to the digital dollar. You've got 6 months to get out of your cryptocurrency. And that would be the end of it. It'd be that fast. You'd see a crash in crypto overnight. Do I think they're going to do that? No. But do I think they're going to try to control it? Yes. I know the arguments against controlling it. But, you know, our government is ruthless and our banks are ruthless and they will protect at all costs wealth. So I think Quinn has some of this right. You know, I agree with Quinn to a lot of extent. A lot of the minutia that people argue about when it comes to this kind of stuff. I always come back to that old white guy, that creepy old white rich guy, and he doesn't care about any of that stuff. That creepy old banker, he could care less about the minutia. All he cares about is keeping control of power and money. And so they don't want to hear it, right? So that's my point on that. Now we've got, so we're going to look at what real support is on Bitcoin. And I'm thinking that a lot of Bitcoin holders know this argument, right? The danger that's there, even if they can't say it to you publicly, that is the concern behind the scenes. From at least people that don't have an insider take on what the government's going to do. That the fear is that there'll be regulation at some point that's more fierce. So if you're looking for a support level on Bitcoin, this is unusual to see, just so you know, on Bitcoin. Usually you see more information. So I want you to know that this is unusual to see, right? You don't normally see, you usually see more support levels in Bitcoin, and you're not seeing that right now in Bitcoin. They are at a major support. You are looking to trade down next to the 37, light support at 37, major support at 35. This next stop. The support levels are firming up on Bitcoin in terms of, you know, people are setting specific buy areas. Seeing some Apple puts come in January 28th. Bets against Apple. $900,000 or $1 million basically. 2 sets. January 28th, 160p. Fair bet. I can't argue that bet, right? I don't know if I would have dated it for the 28th. Probably would have dated it a little bit farther out. I wouldn't have dated those puts that close. Maybe they know something we don't know. We've got SPY calls coming in, 445. C, expiring February 4th. These are new calls, right? That's another thing, too. Another thing to look at is the volume of calls and puts that are new, not just the old ones, right? There's already been hedging done for the puts, the massive put flow that came in. There's 2 kinds of put flow, right? There's put flow that comes from a prop desk. You got a big banker. He's going to tell you, an old man's going to tell a young guy, he's going to say, hey, look, I want you to put a hedge on the market. They're going to give you a date, right? The date might be short dated or long dated. And both have different implications. And then they'll even tell a prop trader, they'll say, hey, I want you to throw some puts on there as well, like some short dated, just puts. And if they don't put those puts on, that's different still. It's still a different paradigm as to how bearish they are. Sometimes they won't. They'll just put the hedge on. Sometimes they put the hedge on in the money. Sometimes they have a price target. And the dates are important. And the amount that's coming in is important. Sometimes when you just see just put flow but no hedging, it's just to impact the price of the stock today. Now, sometimes these trades are very, very complicated. Sometimes they are selling to bears. Sometimes they are selling to bulls. Sometimes they're trying to expand the trading range, right? There's an intent, right? Sometimes there's so many different complications behind why this stuff is placed, and then the context of them is important. When did they come out? Have they already printed? Are they long and they're just placing at this point hedges against us going long? Have they switched from a hedge to, oh, yeah, we're going there? So we're all, even some of these puts that I'm seeing are in the money. They're not outside of the money. They were outside of the money earlier last week. They were overwhelming past month. We're seeing more calls than we've ever seen in a month today. Seeing calls on, let's see some stuff and see some calls on. I see some puts. IMAB. Don't know anything about this company. February 18th, 25p for $1 million. I like that bet. Someone must know something we don't know. DKNG calls, $177,000. February 18th, 23C. SPY calls, February 4th, 445C for $300,000. Upstart calls, January 28th, 110C, $237,000. Lots of call flow on BB. See some bears stepping in again, right? QQQs, February 2nd, 345p. I like that. I like that. A little bit more time on some Qs. That's whoever that was placed $315,000 on puts because it gives a few days, right? Gives a few days for a shakeout on tech. We have HAL, 617, June 17th, 40C, $52,000. Respectable bet. Give it 6 months. Give volatility a moment to calm down in the market. Has an overall bullish view on that ticker. All right, we've got IWM puts. January 28th, 198p for $157,000. It's localized. That's 2 days from now. But at the same time, you've got bulls setting up for the next round of ER. You got bulls stepping in today saying, there's a lot of bottoms out there in the market on small caps, mid caps, and I'm going to take that trade on. I'm assuming that the trade today in small mid caps has more to do with premium. You buy now, and you're going to see bulls jump in at some point in the next week or two. The moment that the focus is off of big tech, you are going to see retail. That's 20 to 30% of the market that's traded. We'll step in and take bets on small caps and mid caps, even if they're not going to have a great ER. It ain't going to matter if they have a great ER. The only thing that's going to matter is that people are going to trade it. And so they're taking trades on IWM, they're taking trades on ARK, and they're taking the risk based upon people getting interested in the next round of ER. That makes sense to me. We have AMC calls coming out February 25th, 18C for $138,000. Someone just followed up on that INTC trade, probably trying to play the bump off of the hedging. So we have INTC or the straddle that they've got on INTC, February 11th, 52.5C for $100,000. And you have to be able to adjust in this market. If you hear me on here 24 hours a day, not 24 hours, I'm taking the time out of my day and trading this market live with you guys every day, right? I'm here every single day with you guys. And if you're not here for an hour or for half an hour and you don't see that we're shifting or moving with the markets, I don't know what to say to you. I'm a trader, right? That's what I am. I'm not me, Kevin. If you guys want to buy a stock and if If you guys want to buy a stock and hold it for the next 6 months or a year, you should go see him. If you want to be told sweet nothings as a bear, there's a bunch of guys out there that's all they do. They tell you what you want to hear every single day. They placate right? They give you the bottle. They do it for bulls too, right? There's channels out there that all they are is bullish. And they'll placate a bull and go there every single day. And no matter if the market's falling, they'll give you the sad face, it's falling. Don't worry, it's going back up. You go to channels that are bear channels, and they'll tell you that we've got a bunch of fraud candles today, right? Green fraud candles today. They'll tell you that every single day when it's up. They'll be happy when it's down, right? But you can get your fill from that. I'm a day trader. I swing trade. I take long positions. I take short positions. So you're going to hear me change my views. You'll hear me change them at the moment of a day, right? You'll hear me change my view from hour to hour at times, sometimes from minute to minute. Sometimes I make the wrong decision. I make a bad trade, and I need to adjust to it, right? You're not going to see me win every trade. I know I win enough that I'm living. You know, I've got family, own houses, feel good about myself, right? Get to go skiing, get to go traveling. I don't have to work a job. I know it works for me. If you don't like my trading, if you're like, hey, I think that you're wrong, that's fine. You can discuss it. That's fine. If you don't like it, right, you can tune in somewhere else. You can trade against me. I don't require that anyone trades with me. In the description of my videos down below, I say if you're losing money, just paper trade against me. You can paper trade like with me, against me, until you're making money on either side of that trade. You can say, hey, I like listening to CaptainJimJames. I don't agree with him, so I'll just trade against him. Or, now I'm starting to make some money, so now I know what to listen to. Now I know how long to take trades. Now I know how to balance my trades. If you're out there trading with no protection, generally speaking, most of my trades are protected. My risk is low. Not only is my risk low, but oftentimes they print well. I can dump a position in a moment if I need to. I'm not trading 100% of my account ever. Sometimes I have, but it's rare. Right? So if you have to trade with like 20 bucks or 100 bucks or 1,000 bucks or 5 grand, or 10 grand or 100 grand, it shouldn't be, 100% of your account. I've got videos going back talking about this from the beginning when I started making just videos, right? How much are you risking? What's your time horizon? What are market conditions? All that kind of stuff, right? So I love you guys tuning in. I love all of you out there, especially the people that are constructive, helping each other along. I don't mind even constructive, like I don't agree with him. That's all fine. But if you start to overtake and try to shift my viewpoint on the market, or where I can't focus on running the live stream and trading myself, that becomes an issue. So, and I can't be an issue. Can't be an issue. And ultimately, if you read down the description of my videos, I talk about the responsibility of every investor and trader out there. You are responsible for everything that you do. You are responsible for your money. You're responsible at the end of the day for being able to lose the entire trade and not getting mad. You'll never see me go on Twitter and say to people, hey, Mike, I followed you in a trade and it lost, and I blame you. You just don't hear it. You don't hear it. I don't come to you and say, it was a bad trade. It's your fault. Every time I make a bad trade, you know what I say? What mistake did I make? What did I miss? Did I forget to check spot gamma today? Did I forget to check my charts today? Did I forget to check the news today? Was I not listening to the Tesla bulls today? Anywhere that I missed something. Right? I'm not saying, you know what I did? I listened to this one guy and it's his fault. You just can't. You can. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. Is that you're going to blow up your account. So you have to use all your tools you have. If I'm one of your tools, you have a complete set of tools, a big box. You have your tools in that box. You put together what everyone else is saying. You do your research. You do everything you need to do in a company. You're checking Bookmap. You're checking your flow software. You're doing your charts. And if something doesn't match up, right, you have to still make your decision as to where you're taking something, where you're going, why you're taking trades. You know, my trades this morning, I made money. I made money yesterday, a lot of money. So I'm like, hey, I'm gonna blow some money today. I want to enjoy my trading day today. So I need you to know that too, right? It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be a Wednesday without a late morning jump to run up IV on GME so they can burn both sides going into Friday. Good point. People actually do that. Thank you, Chaz, for stepping in. Fed Market Open Committee releases its policy statement at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Powell takes the meeting questions at 2:30. Yeah, you got to understand that. It's down in the description. I have a further one that I have to give to Joe Donut so that he can post it. It's in depth. But, you know, honestly, you got to take responsibility for your trading. You have to know the risk associated if you lose that trade. Every trade that I take, every single trade that I take, I go into it saying, you know, what does it mean if I lose this trade? You know, we talk about trading to levels here. You know, we say we're taking this to this level, taking profit. We're going to let the banks do the work for us. It is a rule for me. A rule. Right? I try to let the banks do the work for me at each resistance level. I try to make the banks do the work for me at every support level. If I'm trading a 0 date option and you're trading, you know, like a 3-month call or something, we have different goals, right? We have different horizons. If you're on a 3-month call on Apple or Tesla, let's say, and you just want to check in and check sentiment, that sounds great. But you can't, like, you know, base your 3-month call on my 0 date call on the market. Does that make sense? Those RK calls are gaining some premium. Nice to see. SPY, just kicking around. It's a long dated call. Won't even be staring at it. Piton, could care less. All I want to see on Piton is ER. And I'm in early on I'm in early on those puts. So I want to see the slow bleed on Piton. I want to see the CEO have to be honest. So I'm willing to pay for that. Because I've been through these before with other companies. You know, I don't like when companies act like that. So I've got a moral obligation to the market, to keeping these companies honest, at least in their ERs. There's a legal reason for them to be honest in their ERs, because you can't. They don't have to be honest at any other time other than their ERs. They can go on to like CNBC and talk all kinds of whatever, and they're not legally bound to it. But on their ERs, when they get into the ERs, they have to be honest about it, because you as an investor need to know what's really going on inside of that company. And so I got some bones to pick with specifically with Piton at this point. And maybe it'll serve as a second lesson to some of these other companies that are coming up for their ERs. I mean, in reality, Piton got picked out of the group of speculative growth stocks to say, don't fuck around in this earnings season. Because people are relying upon these companies when they come into this earnings season. If the money supply is going to be cut off and you're an investor, and if we're an investor, we're going to buy any kind of stocks this year. I don't want to come into this earnings season and I got a list of companies I'm looking at. I'm looking at PayPal, looking at Square. I'm looking at FOUR, right? FOUR. I want FOUR to be honest. I want FOUR in their ER to be like, hey, this is what's happening. for us in the next 3 months. It's critical for me as an investor and as a trader to know the truth of these companies that have been knocked down, so that I can make an informed decision as to whether I want to buy a bottom on these tickers in the next coming month, right? Between now and March, I want to know if I can take a leap of faith with my hard-earned money in these companies. I know that investors are thinking that right now. It's critical that these companies are honest in their ERs. How can Piton mess around in public with public knowledge and then expect people to show up at their ER this year and take them seriously if they're goofing around? Right? How do you participate in a market that's changed if you got a clown show going on with Piton? And if Piton gets away with it, does that mean that other speculative growth companies get to get away with it? So yeah, I'm watching Piton. I'm not happy with Piton. Piton's the bad example for an investor. And then some investors out there have lost their shirts, right? Some investors held on RK, some investors held on the underlying companies. And we can crack jokes out there in public and on Twitter and on Wall Street Bets or whatever. But some people put a lot of serious time and effort into researching these companies. I see people all year long that are like, I'm diamond handing this company, I'm diamond handing that company. And you get a clown show going on a month or 1 to 3 months before Piton's ER. And it's not funny. Like it's not. There's a background to that. It's not funny for a serious investor that wants to buy this market. And so all these companies, all these small speculative growth companies, are going to be under the microscope heading into the next couple of weeks, right? So we're looking forward right now. We know that there's going to be interest from long-term investors in these small caps. We know that there's people out there that are waiting for me, Kevin, to say, this is the next stock that I bought. And you know that there's a whole class of investor that is going to be looking and under the microscope at these small caps and these mid caps, these speculative growth stocks. They want hard answers. They want to hear that they've made progress. They want to hear that they're going to start making profit. They want to hear that they're cash rich. They want to hear these things from these companies, that they have a plan moving forward. And this could be a big upset for bears. Microsoft yesterday having that forecast saying, no, we're still going to be growing because we've done our work, right? We've done our work in the cloud. During this growth period, we've taken the time to invest in our future. We're looking, they're going to reward a company like Microsoft, and they're going to buy Microsoft, even if it sells down today, which is absolutely normal. You're going to see people buying it, that they can trust Microsoft heading into the future. And there's going to be a lot of investors looking at small and mid caps heading into this ER season and checking off these. Everybody's got a small list, right? You got your own 100 companies, 50 companies, 20 companies, and you're going to pay attention to their ERs and their guidances and say they're making the list or they're not making the list, right? We had a bunch of companies that didn't make the list last year, and that list is going to get smaller this year. Right? So you don't want to see a clown show from Piton because they're going to get burned to the ground. And you don't want to see a clown show from the SQs out there. You don't want to see a clown show from any companies that are speculative growth. You want to see, we did our work. We have cars in production. We're selling our software. You name it, right? We've invested in the cloud. We've done whatever it is that we promised that we were going to do. We're making tons of money now. We cut the fat. And we're ready to rock and roll. And Microsoft proved that yesterday. That was an important thing about that Microsoft ER yesterday, was that they are ready for the next step. So we're going to be looking for that from this week, the next couple of days. We're looking for that from Tesla. We're looking for that from Apple, these companies that we hold up high. We're looking at that from Amazon. We're looking for that. Even if they're overpriced, we are looking for that. As investors, they're looking for that. Still looking for the best price to enter these companies, but it's a very serious earnings season. We saw Disney come out and they got serious in their last earnings. We saw Netflix come out this time and get real serious in their earnings. And so it's that come to daddy moment, right? We have to be like, okay, Dad, I messed up. Or, okay, Dad, I did the right thing. Here's my SAT scores. They're good. I did all the work I was supposed to do to get where I am today. Right? And so we're looking for that from companies heading into ER season. It's 12:34 in the afternoon. We are awaiting the Fed at 2 p.m. and 2:30. I want to also, if you're just listening for the first time this today, I do want to let you know that if you haven't traded a Fed meeting, not the minutes, but the meeting, that there's often a fake out. There's often a reaction. There's often a reaction before the meeting. It was like 1:30, but it's been happening earlier. It's been happening at like 1. Could happen today at any moment. It's 12:35, right? So in the next half an hour, we could see a move. We're going to look for the flow as it comes in. There could be a move down, then a rip higher. It gets wild and volatile during these meetings. You could see a move up at 2. I've seen moves up at 2 p.m., right? Or 1 o'clock, let's say. Then it rips super high. We hit a price target. We hit resistance, right? 4,200. We hit 4,400, 4,600, something like that. And then it's a straight reversal down. So that the banks can buy in. That they want a better price than you have. That they wait, they dump the market, they take it long. Or the news is bad and we rip it higher so they can get out of their lungs, and then they print all their put side. You know, all this can happen. No one can tell you what's going to happen. And the crazy part about FOMCs is you'll get the first part of the meeting, right? You'll get the 2 p.m. and then 2:30 rolls around and you start getting the talking going, right? J. Powell sucks at talking. He's done a better job here and there. But when he starts getting asked questions, it's an issue. And you'll get grandstanding by people. You get grandstanding across the board. You'll get the little Fed chairs come out, little Fed presidents, they'll come out and they'll counter his arguments. Yesterday, I had a bearish stance on the Fed. And when I saw that look from the banks into the close where they were buying that dip, I think that they know better than I do. I think that the banks think that there's a bottom to this market and that he'll be neutral to dovish to an extent. I don't think he wants to disrupt the market. At this moment, I think he does. I think that's what the bank showed yesterday at the close. I think the banks showed their cards yesterday. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we were watching it happen into the close. I was scared to death taking calls after the bell. Literally, every big tech company was selling off on the Microsoft news. We had limited information available. But it struck me as odd. It wasn't a usual move. It was unusual. After the bell, it looked like my money was gone. You know, it's kind of cute, right? All of a sudden you see in the media a story that gets pushed out of all that information. It's, but the forecast says we're going to continue to grow in 2022. So they already know, they pre-know. It wouldn't shock me to see that they triggered an algo to panic everyone. That's my take at this point. They were able to buy that bottom across the board in all big tech. Even if we trade down into next week or so, profit taking, they're still already in. if there's something that they don't know from the Fed coming into this into this FOMC, they could get out before, right? And if the market moves up today, they're in below all of us. They've got all their bases covered. The banks are in better positioned than any of us right now. They've got their protection on. They've bought big tech. It wasn't us that bought big tech last night in the after hours. That was banks. So they're hedged all the way around. They win no matter what today. So how do you put a trade on into this FOMC? So that's what I'm going to do right now. I've got some other trades out there. That's just money for me to gamble, right? I'm happy today. I had a very good day yesterday, or at the opening bell today. So I've got a trade on, but I'm going to look for something into today's FOMC. You guys take the trades that you want to take into this FOMC. We've all known that we're building up to this moment. Markets traded wildly. No matter where we head right now, it doesn't matter if we get a VIX spike up to 50 right now. We know that it's a known event. We know that once it's done, we've got nothing like this planned for the next 2 months. We have OPEX every month. We've got, inflation stuff that'll come out. But we've got no major events like this. Watching Uber calls come in right now by the stacked up Uber calls, stacked up QQQ calls, Microsoft calls. So I'm going to take a look inside how I do this. You guys want to know how I do this? Because I haven't really, a lot of people know about this now, so I see it all over the internet now. But a lot of people didn't catch up to this in the beginning. It was like a free trade. Something you could do and no one knew about it. Nobody. The cacophony of people that would trade one way against the market, it was always going the opposite direction. People were just getting smoked. It's printed for me in the past 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000%, like monster trades. I don't know if this trade works today. I think too many people out there know about this trade that it might not work today. I'm wary of this trade. As a matter of fact, if I had to guess, there might be a violent move first. And it might shake out this early trade today. As a matter of fact, I'm looking on the SPY options chain for the 26th. And surprise, surprise, today, it's not loaded to the tits. It's not loaded to the man tits on an opposite side of the trade. It's pretty well even Steven at this point. This is unusual to see. Usually at this point in the day, there's I'm not joking, there's millions of calls on one side or millions of puts on the other side. And I keep it very simple. I keep it very, very simple. You know what I do? Is I think about it from a dealer or market maker's position. I think about it from a greed position. And I'm like, do they really want to pay all these puts out? Or do they really want to pay all these calls out? And you got one-sided just, if they're going to print, sometimes they do, 1 out of 10 times they will if it's a wall of sentiment that comes into the market. A wall of money comes in. But usually what they'll do is they'll burn whatever side has the most to gain. And then they print whatever side has the least to gain. And I'm looking at them right now. I'm looking at the chain right now, and I'm just not seeing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute here. They're starting to come in. I see a lot of 430Ps. expiring today. They're 39 cents. But I see it weighted to the call side. 450C, 105,000 contracts, just popped up, 41 cents. Loaded to the call side. A lot of bullish flow today. I do wonder if the Fed were to say that they weren't cutting off the money supply, maybe IWM would have the biggest reaction. Looking at second biggest reactions, probably tech. Got Microsoft calls coming in. Ready for this? January 28th. That's 2 days from now. January 28th, 302.5C, $2.6 million. Excuse me. Looks like the call side is heavy heading into this FOMC. We know that the bears have been in for a month. Bears are loaded, diamond handing. We've argued all the reasons to be bearish here. We've argued them nonstop, every day, pounded it into our heads, right? We brought Markets and Mayhem on, talked about technically why we should be bearish. You've seen the cacophony, right? We've seen that the bear calls to the market to drop has just consumed everybody. There's been huge money made off being bearish on this market. Huge. We've knocked it down from 480 right down to 420. Slapped the market down a few times. In a larger time frame, we've knocked this market down since, well, we've knocked down the market since when? Well, at least the SPY we've knocked down since end of year, right? Or September, actually, if you really look at it, since September. The roll started happening, right? You started to see that roll happen in September. We've beaten up any speculative growth, gone over the course of a year. That started in December, right, of 2021. You just park some puts on these tickers that are speculative growth, and you just watch them just drop over an entire year. We know that we've got just a few tickers holding the market up. We also know we've got a bunch of growth stocks that have been knocked down. We know that a bunch of underlying parts of the market have been knocked down a ton. And they're pretty close. Like, not all of them, but some of them are pretty close where they're getting buyable again. You can't lie and say there aren't tickers out there that aren't ready to be bought again, because there are. Right, that gray area, right? There is that gray area right now in the market where you look at the market and you say, hey, you know what? We're pretty close. Right? If we were at tops on a lot of these speculative growth companies, speculative growth stocks, and let's say we've knocked down some of them down to some are at their June levels. A few are at their September or their January levels of 2021 that only recently got knocked down, but a lot of them have been knocked down right down to close to the trade that took place in March and May of 2020. So it's not like we're far away. The conversation is not, hey, we're at peak FOMO in the market. Because I've heard that too. We're at peak FOMO. I'm like, no, Peak FOMO was 2020, December specifically of 2020. We're peak FOMO across this entire market. Apple didn't participate in that. To an extent, Apple hasn't participated. This OPEX is serious, right? We've had the market knocked down. I agree with the bears. Like, I can't say that I don't agree with the bears. I do. But then I look at the greed of the banks. I look at the greed of the politicians. I look at the greed of, the banks break stuff. Even if we trade down, let's say we trade down to 400, I still think we trade to 500 or 600. I'm telling you, they're going to break it. Our market knows no bounds in greed. The United States, a good portion of the United States is based upon greed. I was watching a video late at night last night. There's a guy that made a video about how all these suburbs, they don't allow grocery stores in them. He was making up, this guy's like respected, right? And he's like, well, we need to change zoning of these neighborhoods because there's just a strip mall up the road with your local grocery store, but you'd like to have a local grocery store in your neighborhood. And on the surface, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. You change the zoning of a neighborhood that wants to keep up small businesses and everything's cookie cutter. And no, I don't like those neighborhoods. But let's say you bought one of those neighborhoods 10 years ago. Right? And now real estate developers can't make any money left in that neighborhood. So they've gone on to do new tracts elsewhere. Well, you've got all these REITs that are buying up houses right now, and they want to turn them into rentals. And so now you've owned your home in this community with covenants, with zoning, right? Well, the reality is, it sounds great that you want to put a cute little local shop in your neighborhood, but the truth is, in the background, because I flip houses, the reality is what they really want to do is these REITs want to turn your neighborhood that you live in into a rental community. And they don't want to put a grocery store in your community. They want to change the zoning so that they can renovate that house to put rentals in. Put an apartment in the garage. I'm kidding you not. Put an apartment in the garage, put an apartment in the basement, right? These big companies, they buy these houses, and then if they can rent them out to 3 different parties, if they can rip out the backyard grass and pave a driveway in there, now you've got neighbors, you've got 10 people living next door. Or they can knock the house down and put a condo in, right? Three apartments, 3 condos, whatever, duplex. And they can double and triple their money. The builders are happy. The real estate investors are happy. Everybody's happy except for you in your community that you bought into 10 years ago. So on the surface, yeah, I want that little grocery store. But the reality is, that's a behind the scenes in that guy's video. It's probably getting paid by a real estate development interest that wants that pushed. We can't have nice things in the United States. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's greed behind most of what you see in this country. And so even though I get bearish, in the back of my mind, there's always that thought that, no, they're not going to do the right thing. They'll knock them down, but they're not going to knock them down to where you want to see them. At some point, they get greedy. And at some point, they look at an arcade and they go, you know what? Trade is on the other side at this point. I want to be aware of that too. I don't know how many of you have done business before or have been in business. When I've been in business, and you've got the surface, you have the employees that see what the conversations are, and then there's that back room where the angel investor's there, or the backer is there, or your partners are there, and you have a conversation that is different than anyone else hears. And they're not always evil, but usually the money behind you is evil. You know, the guy gives you $5 million to run a business. They have hard questions for you behind closed doors. How are you going to make more money? What are you going to do to make more money? That's how this country runs off this stuff. So I always have to look under the hood as to what's really going on. And yesterday, seeing that kind of blew me away because it showed that the banks are willing to buy it yesterday. That's the point I'm trying to make. But they can be making the turn while we are not making the turn. Watching some Apple calls come in right now. Big bets, right? May 20th, 2022, 185C for $1.2 million. Another $1 million bet on Apple, 520, 185C, $994,000. Another big bet on Apple, May 20th, 2022, 185C. These are all sweeps, $315,000. Hood, $19,000. January 28th, 15.5C. So that's the stuff that I think about. Looking at that macro view in the market. Like I'm looking at all the technicals. I'm looking at everything that everybody's putting out there, right? Some great content out on Twitter. There are some great follows on Twitter for technical information. Some people put out crazy stuff, right? You got Spot Gamma putting out banging information. There's all kinds of, you got Flow Algo putting out great information. You got our community talking to each other. And at the end of the day, I got to think about what are the banks doing? That's what it always comes back to. How greedy are the banks today? When you hear people say, well, there's the big fraud candle. You hear that? You hear people talk about that, right? Here comes the fraud. You know who's famous for this is Eric Hagar. I like that guy a lot because he is as frustrated as we are. I'm frustrated where the market is. I don't want to see the market this high. But you'll see him talk about it. And his point is, the fraud continues. And so let's say we do trade up today. I'm not saying that we are, but I'm saying, what if we do today? What happens to that argument, right? Of we're going down. So if you are short this market heavily, I have to impress upon you that I hope that you have some kind of call hedging. If you're long this market, that you have some kind of put hedging. Because this market can do irrational things. Got some calls coming in on Twitter. January 28th, 34C, $134,000. Calls coming in. This is a good one. ITB. Don't know anything about it. Never traded it. ITB. Worth doing some due diligence on. You don't have to take this trade right now. You got tons of time on your hands. July 15th, 2022, 80C, $1.9 million. Write that one down. At the end of the trading day, do some due diligence on it. ITB. No idea why somebody placed that bet. Space. Old school trade. SPCE. February 4th. $10. Wow. 10C. For a cool $52,000 split between two trades. Both sweeps. I like that trade. I don't like it specifically. Like, do I think space is going to print? No. I think that traders are interested in trading the ERs for these companies. EFA, another good one. EFA, April 14th, 78C, $90,000. Somebody did their due diligence. Someone went out there and said, I'm going to go down this company's hole and figure out what they're doing. So find out why. Find out why somebody's placing a trade on $90,000 trade. It's all the way out in April. Plenty of time to take that trade. Apple, May 20th, 185C, $400,000. More bearish trades. January 31, SPY, $500,000. QQQs, January 31st, 340P, $307,000. Apple, another big trade in the positive. May 20th. Just starting to see people stack up, watching bulls and bears right now, placing their bets. And the other thing, so what I'm seeing right now is a lot of retail people placing their bets right now. It is weighted towards the bulls. Not going to lie about it. It's weighted towards the bulls right now. It's all fresh, right? This isn't stuff that we've had on for a long time. It does matter that new trades are coming in that are counter to the argument. And then there's another trade coming in right now. There's an under the surface trade betting on interest moving and shifting over to small and mid caps in the next 2 weeks. I don't think that everyone there cares yet about the actual ER. I think they care more about the interest that'll grow in those positions. These people probably sell out before the ER dates of these companies. And then there's another undercurrent under all of that, where there's some smart positioning being taken right now. Here's another one that just came out. Okay. Smart positioning. These are people that do their due diligence. You got MNTV. Is that Mountain TV? I don't know. MNTV. Mike, November, Tango, Victor. July 15th. The strike on it is 12.5. And someone bought $1.2 million in calls. Do I think that is for them to buy stock? Possibly. Do I think it's maybe meant to hold it up? Possibly. But I would at least get on the rabbit hole on it. And at least at the end of today, look up MNTV. I'd listen into their last 3 guidances. See if they can piece something together. Maybe they've got something they're supposed to launch this year. You know, you try to piece together some kind of a puzzle over the past year on them. It's the 1 o'clock hour now. Market should begin to slow down in anticipation of some news. You might see some news break that we don't know about beforehand at some point. I would expect more violent moves this FOMC in particular. Mostly to shake traders and investors out. Because I'm looking at let me take a look at this real quick. Let me go back to I'm looking at the options chain on Friday's expiry. See what I can see on Friday, the 28th. That gives any guidance. So on Friday, you've got bulls on 450C for 45,000 contracts. The bears just disappeared on the put side. They were here a minute ago. They're here like 10 minutes ago. They're gone now. Looks like just retail is on 440p. Looks like the algos removed their short side on Friday, unless there's something deeper that I don't see. I just saw some spoofing of some kind on Friday, but those bears are all gone. Bulls are loaded up today at 450C for the 26th for Wednesday. Today expiry. That'd be a huge move, right? 450. Woof. I'm not seeing as many puts on the put side as I did earlier. There's still some bears on there at 430. It'd be hilarious if we traded flat into the close today and then we traded it to, we actually picked it up for Friday. It'd be kind of hilarious. I doubt that happens, but it'd be a funny trade. A little bit of capitulation. This looks like short covering of some kind, or day traders getting out of their trades. 440.36. I think that's right where we opened today. You can see it right down here. See the support level down below here. 440.11. Oh, wait a minute. We'll look a little bit lower. I'll bring up the hero indicator for you. Sorry, I didn't see that the hero indicator wasn't on. I'm trying to watch this as I'm talking to you guys out there. So I'll try to set this up. So I apologize for not having all the cool stuff on. Trying to watch it myself to see what happens. Load. Put the hero indicator on. Close it. If you're looking for a place to buy the dip on spot today, if it does pop through, we'll take a look there. It's like everybody's up here at 440, floating around. Right where we started the day. I'm going to take just a few moments here. I'm going to try to bring up the FOMC, the Fed website or the YouTube channel and play it in the background so that I can hear it or that I'm ready for it. Maybe I'll put some CNBC on first and listen to the garbage that comes out of their mouth. Trade against it. Whatever shit lies CNBC is given today. You know what really sucks about CNBC is they could be really great. Imagine if you had a real TV show that was a real. I mean, I know that like Fox Business News is not so bad. But if there was like a really good, you had like real traders on there, real investors on there, not trying to sell something constantly with motivation. If you knew you could get some pretty serious conversation that is good for down the road. VIX is falling. Shoot, I think that Twitter and YouTube does a better job. I think Twitter, YouTube, even Wall Street Bets to an extent does a better job. I think our investing does a better job than CNBC. Like on Reddit, they have an investing. There's even a stock market subreddit. I think you combined all those, you get better information than you do from CNBC. There's some good information on CNBC. I've made trades off some good trades off CNBC, but it's like a minefield. Close that down. Try to spread this. I'm gonna get into the chat here in just a minute. I got a few more things to do as I prepare for the meeting. I want to hear you guys' takes on it are. Okay, bring this up here. Symbol. Spy. Tesla. Okay. Bring up my boy Hood. Bring up my boy Viacom. Bring up Piton. Let's just start calling him the Nikola trade. Piton. Bring up NDX for the NASDAQ 100 and IWM for the small cap trade. All right. I'm going to take a peek at the VIX real quick and see what the VIX is going to tell us. Let's take a look at the VIX real quick if we can load this up. We'll look up the UVXY and just see what it's looking like here. See what's happened on the UVXY. Watching some more Apple calls come in. Lots of money rolling into Apple right now. Whole lot of money. A lot of money running into AFRM. February 11th, 63C, $500,000. Watching lots of puts on ARVL. All kinds of different dates. June 17th, 2.5. P, $73,000. March 18th, 2.5P, $50,000. June 6th or June 17th, 2.5P, $62,000. Ticker is ARVL, Alpha Romeo Victor Lima. Try to bring this up a little bit here. When we're trading this today, I want you to look at, if you're watching Bookmap today, you will see if it's negative. You can see that you will see the buyers move up here, and you'll see this line disappear if you're getting bearish. But if you see the stock moving up right here, you can see that the buyers are now stepping up. You'll see this nice thicker red line right here. That's a little bit thicker than this thin red line above here. If you see the stock start to fall, or if you see the ETF, the derivative, the spider, start to fall, you'll see this line disappear, and we'll start trading down. If you see we start trading down and the line's still here, means there's still good support on the SPY. See if we can gather any information on UVXY. See if we have support or sellers on UVXY. Yep, and the VIX is showing this too, right? We're in some firm support right now on UVXY. Buyers are down below at 1558. 1450. Let's look above to see where the sellers are. And here they go. If you are a bear and you think we're going down, this is your price target on the UVXY, 2227. If you see a break below, take a look. if we start ripping higher, be careful below 1435. Be careful below 1530. You start to see the UVXY start to trade below this number and it becomes resistance. You'll be expecting the VIX to sell off at that point. Keep this just like this. I hope none of you have gotten blown out during this volatile time period that we've experienced the past month. Anyone that's actively traded this past month, if you have never traded in an environment like this, it's probably the best class you could have trading. We haven't seen this kind of volatility in some time. We had some mass selling back in the summer of 2020, but we haven't seen trading like this in a couple of years. Markets have been nothing less than wild, so congratulations to you if you've survived to this point. If you're a trader, if you're an investor and you've made it and you haven't gotten completely blown out, no matter what happens today, cheers to you for still being here. When they talk about traders and investors that get blown out, right? They say 90% don't make any money. There's a big shakeout. So if you're still here, congratulations to you. It's not an easy thing to succeed in this market. At every single turn, there's someone out there. There's a company out there. Everyone wants your money. So it's not easy. There's a bank somewhere trying to take your money. There's it's usually banks. You guys are typically fighting banks. They want your money. They want you to invest, leave your money, and go home. Then they want you to call and let them have your money so they can trade it and skim off the top. So if you're still here, if you manage your own investments, if you manage your own future, and you've still made the cut at this point, right? If any of you guys have ever been competitive in your life, no matter what, could be athletics, could be education, could be just something you're interested in. If you're a bird watcher, you've gone down the bird watcher rabbit hole and you've become very satisfied from something that you've taken on in life. And if you're here doing this and you're successful right now at this point, or if you at least haven't had to take a job at Wendy's, or if you did take a job at Wendy's to fund your next adventure, and you're still going at it, congratulations to you. In my view, this is the best way to make a difference in your life. If you want to make a change, right? If you want to make more money than you've ever made in your profession, this is one of the best things you could be. I'm forever grateful to have become an investor and a trader. It's changed my entire life. The bird watching rabbit hole. Still flat in these, harrowing. Yeah, it's been a harrowing experience for everybody out there. Thanks to all of you guys for showing up here every day. I know it's been tiring for all of us. You guys are tired trading, tired investing, tired doing your research. The market stress. I've been running haggard. On top of all this stuff that we're doing here in stream with you guys here and me with you guys all day long, then I got to do all my own due diligence. Then I got to deal with my family, right? My friends. And then all my normal stuff that I have to do, and then we have to deal with this market the way it is. I've been left by Thursday and Friday. I'm destroyed. I'm not gonna lie. Even when I'm making money, It's been tiring. And like weeks like this week, I think about the summer weeks when the market doesn't move and we're nodding off in front of our computers. Like Twitter, some guy will be talking on Twitter and then he'll just disappear. And I'm like, where did he go? And then he comes back and he goes, I'm sorry, I took a nap. I took the dogs for a walk and then passed out. I ate a nice fat lunch, just chilling now. Anything changed in the market? I'm just checking back in. And you know, this past month has not been that for anybody. Bears have gotten a great win. You know, it's not easy being a bear, right? A bear has had 2 years of not too many wins. To see the Bears get a win is great. That doesn't mean they don't win today. It just means, you know, you got to listen to them, or, you know, no one's listened to them for 2 straight years. And so you want to start paying attention to them, and you start to find out what they've been talking about for 2 straight years. So I got to give some mad props to Bears, without a doubt. Sports still down here at this 440 level. It's basically where we opened the day, right? 440. Shocker, right back at it. 440 for the decision. Coming up in 40 minutes. So I'm going to leave this up here. You guys are all awesome out there. I love all of you guys out there. Every single one of yous. All of you. I love all of you out there. I know that it gets stressful. I know that we lose our cool and our temper. We are trading this. Our money's on the line. I know that it's important to you. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go upstairs. I haven't had a cocktail in a couple days. So I'm going to make myself a whiskey. I'm going to pour myself a fat bourbon. I feel like I deserve it at this point because this fucking market has wrung me through a ringer this past month. This month has been nothing but feeling like I'm at a job. I feel like I'm at a job right now. And it's not you guys, it's the market. You know, panic in the nighttime, have dreams, night sweats, got dreams that I'm live streaming. It's wild. Like this whole market, this past month has been one for the books. I think that'll be one that we'll talk about in summertime. We'll come back to this moment and be like, do you remember March or January of 2022? Regardless of where we go today, I think we'll be like, do you remember how wild that ride was that month? Because it is. It's been a wild month. No, you don't love me more. I love you more. Look how my phone rings during market hours. Yeah, doesn't it feel like it? Yeah, I'm taking a cocktail today. It's not you guys, it's the market. The market has been, you know, like, what do you do in this market? I mean, this morning, I was talking to Joe Donut this morning, and I'm looking at the moves this past month. And I'm like, I remember when Bears were like, we're going to 450. And that sounded so dangerous. I remember going, initially I'm like, damn, that's deep, 450. You know, we trade down to 420. You know, insane, right? So, you know, this stress, just that stress is wild. So we're looking at a test right here. It's 123. Nice little test right here. I'll take a little bit look closer here. Nice little test. I might add some calls right here, so hang tight. This is where I'm going to start to put on my or look to be putting on. I'm maybe looking to put on some calls in this area. This is what I'm looking for right here. Want to see this test down below. See if we get a nice little dip down below this 440 and grab this call side with some 0 dates. Nope. Here. Now I gotta wait to get a whiskey because I want to grab some calls and grab both sides right here. I want to grab like a nice fat dip for some calls. I'm looking for a quick rip to grab some puts, and then I can ride a straddle here and see what happens. Got some bears stepping in here. All retail, small money. To be expected. I'm looking at it's funny because I'm looking at bears buying $30,000, $80,000 in puts right here. $60,000 in puts right here, and I'm looking to buy the call side while they're buying the put side down here, and I'm going to be looking to buy puts higher. I always find this hilarious. I'm always taking the opposite freaking trade. I got bears trying to buy puts on a decent level of support when they should be buying them higher, and you end up the bulls don't buy down here. The bulls buy when we're higher. And the bears end up retail, at least generally, not everybody, but there's, this isn't where I buy puts. I look for puts above and I look for calls below. Never ceases to amaze me. Never ceases, especially when the retail flow is coming in. I'm like, okay, so I'm buying calls while you're buying puts right now specifically. And if we trade any higher, I'll buy some puts into the 2 o'clock hour. Get a nice little range in there. And we can trade below this. I don't really care. If I can get a nice position on calls down here anywhere. If we trade down lower, if we swing violently, I'll cut both sides and then look for a direction after the meeting or during the meeting. It's just hilarious to watch this. Yeah, this is how you straddle. Yeah, I'm looking for calls down here like 440. And I'll buy the 450 Cs. They were just really cheap for a minute. They were like 30 cents. Now up to 36 cents. And then I'm looking for, if we trade back up to, let's say do a quick snap up to like 443 or so. If we even get that high, maybe even just 442.17. I'll grab the put side to go back up there again at any point. Have a nice little fat range, a little bit of buffer on each side. And if we do a swing violently up and down before we pick a direction, I'll cut one side loose on one side loose on the other. Or if it looks like, we're definitely going in one direction, I'll cut it one side loose and let the rest ride. Can also, if you do pick the right side, if you don't want to miss the ride, you cut one side loose, then you just roll more into your position. Sometimes in that time frame, you'll also see the algos step in, and the algos will decide where the interest will be. So let's say I'm on 450s and the algos buy 440 and they don't buy 450, then I can sell my 450s even if we're going up and just jump on the 440s, take the ride where the premium is, where the interest is, where I know they're going to pay. So I get all that stuff going on. Lots of little things while you're day trading. Very important details on timing, placement, following the money. That's one thing about traders, is that traders can change their position, their viewpoints in a split second, right? If a trader sees something different, I can turn bullish in a dime. I can turn bearish in a dime. Otherwise, I'm going to get blown out. Like a bear that wants to trade against the market over 3 months has a different viewpoint than me. If I don't change my viewpoint, I can get blown out today. whiskey. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a glass of bourbon. We need to toast this month. I don't care where we trade today. I just want all of you to know that I've had a wonderful time trading with all of you out there. I look forward to investing with you this year. If we're going to take this market down, I look forward to taking it down with you. But I'm going to have a bourbon. I'm going to have a toast here to this whole entire month because it wasn't easy. So John asked to spinning one up. Your wife's boyfriend's gonna be toasting a bull. Yeah, so back in the when I was a young intern, inside of our building there was an executive office bathroom in an area of the building that was under construction, unused, and it was an unused bathroom. It was beautiful. It had everything. And it wasn't being used. It was like you had to walk down some hallways. There was like construction stuff up. And it was one of the highlights of my internship out of university, outside of college. Yeah, I like the idea of put debit spreads for the old reach around. I think we come back down here. One of the safest to put debit spread is probably into March. It'd be hilarious to see us trade all the way up and then trade all the way back down in March. Have a put spread print like 3 months or 2 months from now. And in the money put spread, Joel's running old-fashioned.exe. Oh yeah, baby. I love old fashions. I should have made it an old fashioned. I love old fashions. I like old fashions with rye though. Sazerac rye. I like the rye from High West too. Everybody's placing their bets at this point. I'm gonna stop with the flow right now. GME's got some flow coming in. I'll highlight that one. I'll give it cheers to the GME crowd. We took that trade. I was in that trade from the beginning. Back when Roaring Kitty was unknown. I remember when nobody knew who Roaring Kitty was. Nobody. It was like only Wall Street bettors knew who he was. And then I remember when he became famous. It was freaking hilarious. Because you're like, there's this guy that nobody knew who he was. It was just bizarre to watch him become famous. It was bizarre to watch. It was bizarre to watch the trade in GME on Twitter. Because and there's a few suspected saboteur was in that trade. He's a Twitter guy that I know. I don't know if any of you guys know that guy. His name is Suspected Saboteur. He's a Twitter handle. And it was bizarre to watch the growth of GME in social media. It went from like just ignorance, just normal ignorance to lots of negativity on social media. This is before it got big. But as it started to become big, this is before it was at even like 25, 30 bucks. There's lots of negativity came in, lots of snark. The snark was out of control. And then like famous Twitter handles had huge snark. And then over the course of like a week, all of a sudden it was the biggest ragingest thing. Then you're like the news organizations didn't know what the fuck was going on. I used to watch them. What are you guys reading here? Yes, I was there when Martin was there. Martin would stop in late night, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I really do believe Elon posted there. I remember believing a few posters were Elon back in the day. Believe it or not, Elon was in that sub back in the day. That's not just a myth. You'll hear myths about Wall Street bets. Yeah, or like you'll hear like rumors or whatever, or, oh, hey, is that Elon in late night chat? I did notice last night that Captain Tony Stark was back in Wall Street bets. That was nice to see. I haven't seen him in a while, and he was there last night. I saw him. Martin has been, there was a time 2 years ago, I think, Martin was in jail and was in Wall Street bets one night. This is like maybe 2 years ago. He was in jail and he was posting in Wall Street bets recently. Well, that's kind of recent. I don't know if he's been in there recent. I haven't been in Wall Street bets active, like an active member in a couple of years now. But yeah, Martin was in there. Martin was in there just 2 years ago when he was in jail. He was posting. Yeah, I know a suspected saboteur is Tesla Q. But we've run across each other sometimes. Hey, Big Toddy. I talk to Tesla Q. I talk to everybody. I talk to Bulls, Bears. Talk to reasonable Tesla Q people. Ooh, a gimlet. One of my favorite gins. I can't remember the name of it, but it comes in this small bottle. I'll have to find out what it is. I'll send you a bottle of it, Chaz. Who else was in Wall Street Bets? If Jamie goes full Moas today. Yeah. Jameson and ginger, orange bitters, and dirty cherries. Lucio saying, yeah, I love those no, not the Marciano cherries. What are they called? The ones that are inside of like the deep dark red cherries that are inside of the liqueur. They're expensive. There's two types. There's one that's kind of big and one that's really small. The French ones I like a lot. Jill's having a Cosmo. Cheers to you, Jill. Jill's saying Burnside Rye. I'll have to look that one up. Write that one down. Because I love a good rye. Hell yeah, I'm staying on for Tesla ER. I'll live stream that one. I'm going to turn off the book map and we'll just live stream Tesla ER. We'll do that. I'll do a special one. Matter of fact, yeah, I'll get off at some point and we'll put on, yeah, Rendezvous Rye, baby. Love it. Love Rendezvous Rye. Been a rocky couple months. I agree, Matthew. Basil Hayden, I used to drink that. Best trade ever was GME. Yep. Luxardo cherries. Vesco knows what they are. Luxardos. Whiskey Acres Rye. Soaked in Everclear. Yeah, I think Milo was in Wall Street Bets. There were some real characters in Wall Street Bets. There's some there are some I'm not going to name some names. There was some real wild shit in Wall Street Bets too. Like some of the history of Wall Street Bets, there were like people like there was one guy from South America that was running a scam out of Wall Street Bets. Like there's just some wild shit. I used to be in Vegas Bets. You guys probably know who Sater is. He doesn't keep a huge Twitter presence anymore, here and there. That guy's like legend. Guy's legend. Yeah, you guys want to do a Tesla live stream? We can do that. Ooh, Ginjina? Ginjina. I always like adding bottles to the collection. Yeah, I love a good old fashioned. Yeah, there were insiders on there and there were scammers on there. There was some straight up scamming going on in Wall Street Bets back in the day. I knew who Wall Street Bet God is. I actually use a handle based on Wall Street Bet God. And I used to have the Reddit handle WSBGAWD. That was one of my handles, but that was mocking him. He can go fuck a stick, by the way. That guy could eat a bag of dicks. I think Wall Street Bet God. Some people said he was. I'm not going to name who they thought he was because it's kind of a slight. Because I don't think that they were that person. I think it was that guy from South America. I think he was Wall Street Bet God. Yeah, I don't think it was the scammer mod. Yeah, no, he was the scammer mod. He wasn't the owner though, or the fake owner. There's a lot of is it one of the founders of the sub, or is it one of the mods that he was running a scam on the side? Oh yeah, you gotta drink an old fashioned while you're watching what's going on. So I'm gonna get ready to turn on the Fed channel here. Do one of you guys have a direct? I think it's just the Federal Reserve, right? Or I have to go to the Fed calendar? I always forget if I have to go to the Fed calendar first. Oh, no, it's right here. It's on right now. So I'm on the direct Fed link that's on their YouTube channel. See if I can get it faster than anywhere else. There's only 1,500 people watching it. Do you guys want me to play the Fed and turn Bookmap off? Or do you guys want to see Bookmap and just we can do play-by-play what they're talking about? Oh, that sucks. You got to pick up the boys from school. And you're on meds. Man. 16 minutes. If I had to choose a calls, puts, gun to your head, which type trade, which one would it be? You want to know the truth? You want to know the real truth? Who's asking that question? Put a gun to my head. What's my trade today? I'll keep Bookmap up. You want to know my gun to the head trade? I'll tell you. You ready? Calls. Load up on 450 calls expiring on the 26th. And then what you do is you keep your finger on the button to buy more in case there's a quick dip below. So let's say you buy calls now, right? And then you set up. Let's say you buy 100 calls on 450C. They cost 40 cents right now. And then you load up another 100 calls with a finger ready to buy them in case we get a dip. Let's say they go from 40 cents to 10 cents. Buy another rack at 10 cents. You want to know where I think we're going? I think we're going up. I think we're going up. I don't think we hit 450 necessarily. We could slam into like 444 and then come back down. You want to know the truth? I think we're going up. So you know what you should do? If you don't like Captain Jim James, take the inverse trade. That's right. That's where I think we're going. At this moment in time, I think we're rolling much higher. I think we've shaken out all the ugly news. I think we've had a cathartic moment. I do think we revisit the lows. I don't know that it's today. I think all the volatility rolls off. It's kind of like, you come clean with your girlfriend. You say, well, I wasn't mowing the lawn yesterday. I was out with the boys playing golf, or I was out playing frisbee, disc golf, or, whatever I was doing with my friends. That's what I think. I think that, the dirty laundry is going to be aired today to a point, but I also think that they're not going to drop the market at this point. Yeah, sell some calls. Just start selling 460s. I wouldn't sell 450s. My contrarian. No, this will be the first time that I'm not contrarian. It's a good, fair point, T-Crone. I'm going against my own typical trade. I love disc golf. I love disc golf. If you've never tried disc golf, or if you think it's a nerd sport, I've had some very enjoyable experiences. I have some friends that do it all the time, and I never would have picked it up normally. But whenever my friends are out there doing it on a lazy Saturday or Sunday, or like a Wednesday morning, and I can cut loose to go play some disc golf with people that play it all the time, it's awesome. Have a blast. Yeah. Yeah, let us know how you guys are all positioned. I want to know how you're all positioned. I'm loaded up on Tesla, RK, so I got my feet in some IWM stuff, right? Got a pretty sizable position right now in SPY. Yeah, you're flat. Tesla call spreads, short puts, like it. Holding my ankles, love it. TQQ weeklies, right on. I love listening to all you guys what your positions are too. It's awesome sauce. Love you guys all have your own positions. I love that they're not my positions. You guys are awesome. Long and strong, popcorn watching, straddle to the, yeah, I love that straddle, baby. I do. Huddled in a corner with a bottle of rum watching CNBC, right on. Like it, calls with a put hedge. I am afraid of that. I am afraid. He's done a better job of not saying stupid shit. I'm not always right, so don't follow me. 95% Tesla calls, 5% Tesla and SPY puts, right on. Nice little hedge. Good job, Dimitri. Oh, I like that. Shipping calls. I like that IWM. Do that IWM trade, right? That IWM trade could be the crafty trade today. It really could. And I'm telling you, if you like, I didn't think too much on it, but some IWM calls or some directed individual ticker calls. If a small cap company that's been beaten down since last March, let's say you get like last January, I'll tell you what, if a company comes out last January from last year, let's say a company just got beaten down for a whole entire 2 years or 1 year, 1 full year, and they just come out smelling like roses, like we're making money, we've got our software out there, and we expect this and that next year, they're gonna squeeze to the moon. Any of these companies. You know another big one? If Snap says something like we have oh, by the way, we've got a new revenue source, we're not relying upon Apple anymore. Dude, that moon. Snapple moon. I like that trade, short UVXY. I love Angel's Envy, Brad. I love that IV Crush trade. That's a great trade. That's another excellent one. Does the initial market spike come from the algos reading the documents for keywords? No, I think it's more positioning. Personally. So the yellow line is moving up. It's not going down. I want you all to know that the support has moved up on the SPY at this point. There is a bid coming into the market on the SPY currently. We are trading at 44.0.97, breaking above to 4,100, 44.10. We are seeing buyers step in here at this late last minutes. We've got 7 minutes left until 2 p.m. You do see a large move coming up. I am looking at my positions right now. Everything is turning very green on my end over here. You are seeing the buyers make a move higher at this point. They began at 1:51 p.m. This is an aggressive move up, move higher at this moment. Light squeezing going on right now. Calls coming in across the market. QQQ's 360C, January 28th, $145,000. Watching a bid come into ARC-G. Feeling all this stress coming off right now. Someone was just talking about, hold on, I'll look to see. I read something about crypto just a minute ago. I saw comments on the YouTube channel, but I also saw someone commenting on a small talk. Let me see what we're reading over here. Reading some kind of talk or chatter over the web about crypto. Now up to 44.1. A little bit of panic as we move into this 2 o'clock hour. A little bit of squeezing going on. The moment the white sheets drop at 2 p.m., we should know more. Calls coming in on NVIDIA, January 28th, 225C, $450,000. There is a premium kick right now on the call side. Is anybody out there experiencing a premium kick on the put side? Anybody can tell me out there that's taking puts? Are you getting a premium kick on your end? Even if the market's going up right now, slightly? Tesla pushing up. SPY pushing up currently right now. VIX is curling over. VIX could be curling over for a big spike up or a fall off the face of the earth. Watching volume increase as well on the SPY currently right now. Alex, you're getting a premium kick on puts. Watching some SPY flow. January 26th, 443C, $500,000, almost $600,000. A little bit of IWM flow for put side, but it's small. It's like $70,000. It's January 26th, 198P. Small trades against IWM. Sometimes that is a little indicator that somebody knows more than you. Try to hide their put flow. Someone's buying the other side when we trade up like that. So this does look like lots of straddles in the market. Let's see if we see more support firming up. I want you to see this above here. There's a lot of resistance above here. You can see it between here and 446. There's a lot of pressure. Bears do not want to lose this position here. If they do, it's going to squeeze to very high. If we don't squeeze above and we are rejected, if the Fed is super hawkish, something that we haven't priced in, you are going to be looking below to 422. We've got some other marks at 434, 430. Some volatility down below here between 430, 425. But big support down below at 421. 1 minute left until we find out what happens. We want to see if these shorts disappear. And we are making a move higher right now. Yeehaw, baby. Woo! Burr, baby, burr. We do have some short covering, short panic here into the 2 o'clock hour. We have that wall of sellers just disappearing at this point. A huge short covering operation in the market right now. Let's see if these sellers are still here or if they just disappeared. And it does look like these sellers currently, that wall that's here is now gone. You can see the break above here just wrecking sellers currently in the market. We'll see if the buyers can break through at this moment. There are blue skies ahead here. I do want you to realize this as we trade higher here. We're at 442.63, 442.73. Loads of calls coming in. Seeing calls coming in ARC, F, Tesla. Loading the boat on Tesla. January 28th, 950C. 4, you ready for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, $5 million. Broken against sweeps. SPY calls coming in $400,000 for February 2nd, 442C. Burr, baby, burr. Give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Tesla. Let's have a look above. If we do end up trading up here, if there's something known that we don't know about. Woo! 450. Sellers have left 461. Next price tag target above that, 475. Those calls are up to 80 cents at this point. Now have heavy call flow on the SPY. January 26th, 1 or 450C. Nice spike above. That was wild. Absolutely wild. We're going to burr today. We've got buyers stepping into the market like crazy right now. Sellers are being absorbed. Lots of calls coming into the market right now. Just a wave of call buyers market wide right now. Tesla, SPY, NVIDIA, QQQs, Hood. Johnny Reb is saying that says asset purchases to conclude in early March. BBG Fed says it will soon be appropriate to raise fund rate. Fed balance sheet shrinking to start after rate hike commence. Hello, ladies. News is out on the table. Nothing unexpected at this point. Apple calls rolling in, Affirm calls rolling in, Hood calls. SQ calls coming in January 28th, 120C. Why don't you guys feel the watch on a closer level where we are in the market? 443.30. Light resistance above at 444.45. 445 itself. More SPY calls coming in. NVIDIA calls coming in. SPY 128.443C, $513,000. Saw almost 300% on 450Cs at one point in that first initial spike. VWAP is down at 441.59 if you want to reload. That was epic. Am watching some put buyers step in. Very small. Oh, no, I saw some SPY puts being bought. January 28th, 440p. My expectation is that's a day trader trying to trade another swing down before a huge swing higher. So be careful of the day traders out there. Watching calls or some puts come in on Qs as well. 126, 350p, 80 grand. This looks like day trader activity. They might get blasted out here. Watching calls come in Hood, February 4th, 13.5C for $84,000. Remember where VWAP is. Remember there are some sellers hiding above between 444.21 all the way above to 446. Remember that we talk about taking the trade up to resistance, and then if it jumps above, you grab it once more and ride it up. Wouldn't be shocked to see some day traders step in here, try to trade it down, grab a hedge position at this point. seeing some UVXY puts come in. January 28th, 14.5p. This is very fast trading. So if you are a trader, if you're not a trader out there, if you don't normally day trade, sometimes it's better to just hold, or it's better to hedge your position to account for a move higher at this point, or even lower. So the initial move up, if you wanted to grab some puts to protect yourself. Yeah, there's nothing unknown right now. Nothing about that statement so far is unknown. And we are looking for something that's unknown from that Fed statement. Look at that. Look at that wall right here. We're touching right now the simple moving average on a daily chart on the 1 minute. We just broke through it slightly. Watching IWM put walls coming through for April 14th, 190. That's actually kind of bullish. When you start to see our put hedges come out and they're not dated 1 week away, you're seeing them in April, not in the next 2 weeks, the next month, okay? So you're seeing 414, 190p for $4.4 million. It could, for a moment, impact the market. But when you're seeing something like that that's placed 3 months out at this point, that is more of a bullish move. That is not indicative of IWM selling down from now into April. So I'm going to be looking for another dip buy down here. I just loaded the boat a second time at 26 cents. So I'm in again. I was into 80 cents, got out, back in at 26 cents, now up to 30 cents on those calls. Clear skies above here. It looks like this doesn't look like what it looked like earlier. Remember, again, you're looking at this resistance above at 446. If you are a bull, you can wait to take this long until you're above 446.28. If you're on the you know, if you're fearful of this market trading down, if you can't blow up your accounts, you can always wait, right? If we break above 446, it should squeeze. If we trade down from here, you're not for any kind of a loss out there. I'm gonna add some more here. Give me another buy. Give me 24 cents. Give me 10-cent calls. Give them to me. Right? Oh, want a better price. There. Give me a fill, baby. Got a 16-cent fill, just got a 15-cent fill. TLT calls coming in February 25th. $157,000 for 141.5. 3 racks, 4 racks of TLT calls coming in. Does not bode well for big tech. How much? Let me call on a second here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $560,000 or so. $580,000. February 25th. 141.5. TLT calls does not bode well for tech. If you do buy those TLT calls, I do recommend that you have to hold them for some period of time before they print. Just watch the bear step in and say, hell no. January 21, or excuse me, scratch that. January 31, 351p for $800,000. I shouldn't say that TLT is negative tech because there are confluences and divergences in TLT and tech. FOMC presser comes up in 14 minutes, or his statement. 2:30 is the presser, I believe. We are seeing that swing, right? You are seeing that nice swing high to 444. Now seeing that swing below to 438 on the market. Buy 10 more down here. Nope. Want them cheaper. Want them like 14 cents. Wild volatility at this moment. You've got new support coming in at 435.39. You've got shorts and bears stepping it up in their game right now at 439.11. We'll see if the bulls can eat through this. Piton thought it was going to enjoy some kind of a short covering, but Piton is back down, thankfully. NDX took a quick nosedive, but is recovering just fine. IWM is recovering as well. RK is recovering. It's funny is that my RK calls are still green. still have green RK calls. I'm still green on my Tesla calls as well. As just as a side note, I am still green on Tesla. And I've loaded the boat down here on SPY just to let you guys know. Look at that beautiful, beautiful swing high, swing low. It's even wild to watch this on Bookmap today. Always interesting to see the changes in Bookmap when wild swings take place. First major resistance on the SPY is up here at 441.50. Looking at that support down here at 438.97. You know, this stuff is only good for the next, minute, 5 minutes. Angst across the market right now as we head into 220. We have 10 minutes left until the old man gets up. Is he going to be old school J Pow money printer Burr, or is he going to be J Polar? Is he J Polar Bear? Does he squash the market, or does he come out and live up the old school days? I heard someone comment yesterday. They said he's built so much padding in this market that it doesn't matter if he trades it down right now. Uber Bear yesterday. Guy was claiming to be an insider in the market. So we'll find out today if he's an insider or not. We'll find out today if he called it right or if he called it wrong. Watching a mixed bag of trades come in here. I see some more TLT calls coming in for February 25th at 141.5. I do warn you, if you trade TLT, that you should probably take it a little bit farther dated out, or be exactly on the trade they're on and stay active with that trade. TLT trades like DIA, a bunch of old guys in a room. They don't remove their trade until they're done with it. Watching some SPY split. I see SPY calls January 26th, 443C for 100 grand, and SPY puts the same date, right? January 26th, 438P. Looks like somebody threw a straddle on the market down here, right where we are. I started with calls to the top, then I bought some puts and sold them. Now I just bought some more calls. I bought them down, I think, 15 cents. I averaged down a little bit too. I'm just about break even. My Tesla calls are great. My RK calls are green, slightly green. My far dated stuff is flat. And I'm bouncing around here on the SPY currently, on my FDs. Not too worried about it. They can actually burn because the first batch I made 300%. So I'm good. Even if they burn, I don't care. Throw them away. Watching some VXX calls come in. VXX, February 4th, 24C for $300,020 or $326,000. We are below the VWAP down here. VWAP's at 441.27. Support below VWAP looks like it's at 438. All of this stuff is good for the next minute or two, and that's it. And it looks like the buyers stepped up. They didn't even wait for 438. They just jumped right in at this point. So exciting. Love when this happens. Talk about a month, huh? Talk about a month. We are at 82% bullishness right now. Let's be very clear. 82% bullishness. We have a 4 to 1.25 call to put ratio. Not that that is the end all say all. We have dip buyers showing up right now buying calls on the Qs January 28th, 362C for $134,000. 6 minutes left until Papa J comes out. He's either going to be a bulltard. We're going to hear claims of fraud, right? Well, that's what we'll hear. Fraud market. Or J Powell's going to come out and finally tell the bears they were right and dump this market. It's time to sell it all. We are looking at a little bit of a resistance point up here at 440.88. If we break above that, you should see a nice clean bounce and we'll trade higher. Got 5 minutes left until Big Papa J comes out and shows us what's up. Giant green bar recovery down below here. Oh, yeah, baby. Show me that money. Look at that green. I got lots of green. All kinds of green. Green. All kinds of green. Moving on up to the top. Moving on up. Moving on up. All this ice here, right, is buyers and sellers battling right now. Stay focused on these red lines, how thick and thin they are. We are now sitting also on the VWAP here, flat on the VWAP. You do have some sellers above at 443. If you are bullish at this moment because you've traded to the VWAP, your next price target above is going to be, again, that same spot, 444.65. If you are wanting to be a bull, but you don't want to take on the risk, you are going to wait for us to break above that 445.40, mess around a little bit, and then rocket north. We are breaking some heavy resistance here. Oh, yeah, baby. Make that shit print. Somebody want to hit that printer for me? That burr? Someone want to give me some of that burr? Give me some of that burr right now. Someone give me some of that burr. All I'm doing is scalping in here, making lots of money. Buying low and selling high. Just scalping away. Like a vampire coming in and just sucking all that money out of the market. Give me some of that burr. Just scalping it. Sold out of my calls just here. I'm going to try to grab some more. I might miss this trade if we go up straight here. I'm going to look for those calls to get back down to that 13 cents marker. So I might not get that good of a deal this time. Looks like we might bounce off of 440.36. this time. If we can grab one more grab on this trade, I'm going to load them up and be ready to buy them. Just sitting here waiting. Premium kicking in. They're still sitting around 26 cents. I was buying them at like 15 cents, so we can get a pullback a little bit. Let's see if anyone's heavy. Give me 21 cents. Come on, give me 21-cent calls. J Pow is live right now. No, I'm buying them down here at 20 cents. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to get some 17 centers right now. Come on, give me 17-cent calls, baby. Oh, I want 20. Give me 17 cents. I'll take 18 cents. Can I get 18 cents? Give me 18 cents. Come on, give me 18-cent calls. Come on. Capitulate and give me your calls at 18 cents. Capitulate. Nice. Thank you for selling me your calls at 18 cents. They got them for 18. Capitulate. Give me your calls cheap. Capitulate, bulls. I'll buy them from you. Capitulate, bulls. Give me your cheap calls. Sell me them at 17 cents. Oh, here we go. Almost. Here we go. Give me some capitulation calls. Yes, yes. Yes, give me capitulation calls. Yes, yes. Sell me your cheap calls. My Tesla calls are printing very heavy right now, just so you all know. Looks like the Tesla gang is showing up today. Thank you, Tesla FOMO, for paying for my calls today. Yes. Oh, hold on. I got to buy a whole bunch of 10 cents. Hang tight. I'm trying to listen to the Fed talk right now. So the money flow keeps going until I missed some of that. Oh, yeah, baby. Show me that green. Show me that green. Yes, yes. All right, this is where things get really good or really ugly. He does well at this sometimes, and then other times he doesn't do so well. But all the bad news is out right now, right? So basically the laundry is done. Any bad news that you could have is done. Market's turning green. Everything that I have is hella green. My Tesla calls are through the roof right now. Absolutely through the roof. I'm green across the board here. Calls are ripping right now across the board for me. All my calls are super hella green. Tesla's blasting off in my, I don't know what you guys own here, but I'm super green. So for all that hard bluster about being bearish, J-Pow is saying that he hasn't made any decisions yet. They still have not fucking turned the money off. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing to hear that statement from a reporter. Literally have not cut the flow off yet. I don't care where we trade today. I took that as we haven't done shit. Well, they have done shit, but they have not cut it off yet. The cocaine is not turned off. We could trade down from here, but I do want you to be quite aware that when he's saying he hasn't made any decisions yet, you are still looking for them to make a hard decision publicly, and they did not do that today. Again, we're talking about. We have plans for March. See, this is where the fraud comes in. Listen to him talk right now. This is where the fraud comes in. You want to see where the fraud comes in? This is where it is. About to buy another rack of calls here in just a moment. I do want to be clear with you. Hold on. It looks though these puts are gone again too. Let's see. This is where the fraud comes in. Okay, so traders or algos are moving to 450C, expiring on January 28th. And look a little bit farther out. There are some puts down at 4. Oh, nope, they're gone now too. Those puts are gone. Wow, the spoofing is real right now. Keep your eye on 450C on January 28th on Friday. There is one point to make, that there's usually a, if we rip higher or lower, there's usually a wash of value in options at some point. There's the thank you for playing moments that the dealers do. They will wash out one side at some point, even if we move higher. So if you're day trading this and you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to hold this through to the next week or so, there can be a wash for both sides at some point in the market. $435.05 looks like an area of support on the SPY. I still have not reloaded calls yet here. I am watching Tesla closely because it is sitting on a support. Tesla's ER is a little bit different than the SPY. You want to see if Tesla breaks below this trading area here. They're sitting on their daily SMA, which is right at 959. There can be a quick capitulation moment and then a ride higher. But pay attention to this on Tesla here. This is the support for Tesla heading into ER. I did pick up some calls at this point for Friday, down at 65 cents on the SPY, 450C. Very dangerous trade. The implication right now is that everyone's getting quite bearish on how J. Powell is speaking. So I would warn you that it's a trade that you'll probably lose some money on. It's kind of a diamond-handed trade. This is a typical action that takes place in the FOMC meeting. You'll see the first statement be quite neutral, and then you see the questions come out, and these questions are sometimes stabbing. They should be, but oftentimes they are intended to drop the market. So just be careful here. If you are bearish on the market right now, there are a lot of SPY puts coming in. We've got SPY 128.440p for $677,000. SPY 126.437p. SPY 128.277, or excuse me, SPY 128.438p. SPY January 31st, 436p. Again, and SPY 433p for January 26th. All this is small money, all retail traders, except for one. There's a January 28th that I talked about earlier. It's 440p for $677,000. Just be careful here watching the flow. It can be misleading to a point. Some of it can be directional just for the moment. People trying to protect themselves. Keep an eye on the VIX, Tesla specifically, because if Tesla does break real support, then that could be negative for the market, right? That ER does not matter at this point, how they report. Be nimble. If you are looking for a target below, if you are bearish on this, you ought to be concerned about this area down below, this yellow at 433. If you think there is a sell the market, anything below 430, you'll take it to 425, 426, 427. You'll start to encounter turbulence. And then down below, it's down at 420. 421, 420. This is not a regular trading day. I do want to warn you of that. When you see drops like this, you'll see that first bit of we're holding on, and then there's one more bit of capitulation down. This is a FOMC, so you can't rely upon this typical trading in the SPY, so just be conscious of that. You can see J-Powell, he's all sweaty about it. Like if you're looking at a 1 minute chart on the SPY, just be conscious that on a normal trading day, if I saw this right here, I would say it's going down. I'm not saying that we're not going down. I'm just saying that on FOMC, it'll reverse immediately sometimes in both directions. We trade higher, let's say 446, looks like it's going to go higher, trades down. Same thing's happening right now in the SPY. You guys got my calls, right? I bought the 450 Cs for the 28th, January 28th. There is some recovery right now. I'm still holding anything that's dated far out, all my Tesla shit. But the day trading FDs on SPY are doing very well. You know, the Bears are really looking for a hard stance from the FOMC. I want you guys to know that I want you guys to take a moment here, just talk to you guys. Even if we trade down, I want you to realize that what you're looking for out of the FOMC is a foot being put down. So he did drop some negative news to start off the presser, but in reality, he's saying he's open to letting the money still flow. So it's still waffling. It's still not the definitive answer that you're looking for. If you're bearish, like uber bearish, sell the market, like sell down to 390. You really do need more oomph from him. So I would take what he said today as neutral so far. And I don't like that he hasn't put his foot down. That opens the doors. To not see a foot be put down, because you heard him say originally, like, we're going to cut QT, and then they ask him if he's going to cut QT, and he's, well, we haven't done it yet. Right? We haven't really cut the money flow yet. We've opened the drain plug. And he's like, well, we're going to cut the money flow though. Well, when? Well, we haven't yet. Well, do you have a date? No, we might need to keep it running still. We'll know more in March. When you hear stuff like that, it's not definitive. It's not thinking about, but it's still talking about. No matter what anybody tells you out there, that's what it is. You need to hear or read between the lines that they're speaking, and he's left a lot open. So if you have a sell the world mentality, unless someone pumps a different story on media, unless you're reading something maybe from the Wall Street Journal or on Twitter, this conversation from him is not, to me, the sell the market conversation. And I mean, like, sell it down, like we're going to see lower lows than, we're going to sell everything. Yeah, he's evading. Any of you guys disagree with that? I welcome that conversation right now, because are you guys hearing something different than I'm hearing? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, 100% honest. Even if we sell down, do you guys hear anything that sounds like sell the market? They did this crap and took down Discord? What's that? I'm not seeing everything you guys are talking about. But it's wild right now to see this conversation he's having right now. Yeah, it shows gross incompetence. He always gets nervous in these conversations. The shit that's wild to me is that, you know, if you're looking for some fucking responsibility, right now there's none. I think they do. I mean, let's be honest. VIX can pump. We can sell this market down. The Discord is down. Why is the Discord down? It's really fucked up. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. Okay, well, so Captain Ron's saying bearish, 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 right? So let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. We have to trade with what we're really hearing. There's two things we need to know, okay? I want you guys to know two things. The media can twist what he's saying in any way, shape it in any way they want, right? It's just like JB Diamond saying we want 7 rates, right? Did Jay Powell announce 7 rates? No. That's probably just Discord across the board. But like my key point to you is this. Did we get 7 rates? No. Did we get anything that we don't know? No. Did he get more uber bearish? Fuck no. He's leaving the door open across the board. Now, even if we get weak, let's say this opens up us retesting down below. It's still not selling the market. Unless the media changes their viewpoint on this, it's not. I'm sorry. Unless you got, because I can get bearish in a minute. And I'm not saying we aren't bearish, but we are definitely fucking not selling the market on that statement. That sounded like some bullshit waffling to me, if there ever was some. Same shit as before. Yeah, you see that shit, Chaz? I mean, that's just fucking ridiculous. Looks like we're having maybe a DDoS across the country right now, right? I was having some real problems with the internet this morning. Yeah, Robert makes a good point right now. This is the most bullish he can be unless he fucks up somewhere. I don't know. Oh, I do want you guys to see this, okay? Be conscious of this. We've got VXX calls coming in. February 4th, 24C for $1.4 million. So I want you guys to be conscious right now. I think it's all of Discord. I don't think it's just our Discord. There's probably attacks across Discords right now for financials. What are we doing? His statements are great for today, bad for structure of the market. Yeah, I don't know about this statement. You know what I'm going to tell you is this, is that you're going to have to see how it's spun by the media. Because they're going to get paid by the banks. The only thing I can tell you is that he came out neutral, was slightly hawkish, but then once they started asking the hard questions, he folded and was like, fuck that. We can spend money whatever we want. And no, the money supply is not off. You know, we don't really care about the plug. They can drain money from the market all they want. They can pull the plug out of the drain all they want, but until that faucet is turned off, until they say we turned the faucet off, the money's still flowing. So I might have missed something in that speech so far. Yeah, it looks like we're having disruptions that are just brief. I had 2 disruptions earlier today that were very brief, like milliseconds on the internet, and then it finally dropped the signal here. I actually had Comcast come out to the house earlier. So this isn't bullish, I'll give them that. But at the same time, it's not the sell the market bearishness that you're looking for. It's not the droids that you're looking for. You know, it's more fucking scam and fraud. That's what it is. It's more fucking scam and fraud. I did like originally he said, we'll use our tools to fight inflation. That implies that they're going to stop buying corporate-backed bonds. It implies they're going to raise rates and that kind of stuff. But then under questioning, he says, you know, we haven't done any of this shit yet, and we're open to continue. So do I see 409 right now? Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say we have a bottom in the market and that we traded up into March. So I see SPY 131, 430C, or excuse me, 430P, a bearish bet, 225. See light bull calls coming in, but not enough to say anything. Seeing bears get more aggressive here. I will warn you, or I'm not going to warn you. If you are a bear and you're listening into this broadcast, I would, for me personally, you don't have to take my advice, but this is what I'm going to tell you. I'm probably going to scale back my 409, 418 target. I'll go here with you. I'll go to 422, another retest. If there was no retest, a retest, or lower than the retest, I'm going to go neutral. I'm going to go neutral. I'm going to go like 420 possibly. You'll be lucky if you get 420. Maybe 430. But I don't think that you get the let's sell the entire market down below to 390 at this point. I don't think that that's the I don't think that the trade is down to anything less than a retest of the low to see if we're heading higher or lower. I am a little disappointed in JPOW. I will say, like, as outside of the trader hat, when I'm looking for, are you going to correct the market? Am I going to get Tesla down to 750? Am I going to get Apple down at like 130, 150? That's off the table for me today. No, I don't think we're getting that today. Maybe we have to wait until March. And it'd be crazy too, because they could pull this shit out into June, July. And if they drag this shit out into June, July, it's going to suck. It's going to suck as a bull. It's going to suck as a bear because you want the market to correct properly, both sides. I think there are lots of bulls out there that want to see Tesla at 750 so they can buy with confidence. I think you want to see bears get paid. This lines up more with sideways trading, for me at least, into March and maybe even June, July. I have to think about this and see how it's portrayed by the media, because the media can have influence over where they want the market to go. But I'm not. Yeah, I want them to be more firm. So we'll look closely here and see if this breaks. I'm trying to listen to him at the same time talking to you. Watching Shopify puts come in March 18th, 750p. There's that number we were talking about, right? Shopify, direct attack at one of the companies that holds up our economy. Shopify, March 18th, 750p, $200,000. Small bet, but again, that would be where the weakness is in the market. If you see a Shopify fall, see an Amazon fall, see an Apple fall. So 430, right? We see support down here at 430. You don't want to be specific traders that get super bearish and say, oh, well, I took it down to 430 and I held and I watched my puts get ground to shit and then I didn't pick it back up below 430. So just keep that in mind as we keep talking right now. Watching some more SPY puts come in. The one thing I got to tell you about these SPY puts is it's not hedging. I'm not seeing any hedging on the market. I'm not seeing any, hey, we're going down to 408 again. Let's double down on those puts. Not seeing any of that right now. And I think that talks to the fraud and the scam that J-Pow and the Fed is. And he's saying that right now. We haven't made these decisions. Listen to him right now. He's getting a little bit more bearish right now. It's good to hear him say this. He sounds a lot like the bank estimates for this year. A lot of what he's saying right now sounds a lot like what the banks are saying. Let's knock it down. Let's ride it back up for like 9% at the end of the year. Almost like he's got to play a textbook play. All right. So as we end this conversation, I want you to realize that the pressure on the market may come off. Notice how we're down at support at 430. Notice that the questions... Still have more questions. My bad. So pay attention to when the question and answering session ends and where we are on support levels. If there's a certain trader out there, I'm not going to name names, you must take profit and re-enter. Watching more puts come in. Apple. Ooh, Apple might be a nice trade. He did mention earlier, I do want to mention that he did say that they would stop buying corporate debt and then start buying securities. Am watching, this is a big one, worth taking note of. Now we're starting to see some big trades against the market. IWM, February 18th, 193p. IWM, 218, 193p, $1.3 million. The rest of it's still small, except for Apple. There are some active traders. They probably are trading against Apple. There was a comment that he made earlier that he was going to stop buying corporate debt and that they would start buying treasury securities. That is important to note. Was a rate hike higher than 25 BPS? J. Powell saying that he expects the supply chain issues to extend further. We have semi-persistent issues with shortages on semis. Lots of puts coming in on IWM. We now have $2.2 million. The implication would be that small companies, mid-sized companies, cannot get supplies. He did talk about car companies. Ford just took $1 million hit. February 25th, 18.5, based on what the Fed chair just said, to expect more shortages. Should see some fear in Ford at this point. They targeted the journalists targeted specifically car companies. This next journalist is like, can I weave some of this shit together and get a definitive answer? Can I pin you down for a minute? VIX is cruising up towards that 32.98 level. I'm going to turn this down. I want to talk to you guys about something. Be conscious here as we're going to grow closer to on the VIX 31.54. It just popped up to 31.54. Pay attention to the journalists when they're asking questions if the VIX continues higher here or if the VIX starts to recede. Whoa, what's going on? I'm having some weird shit happen. Saw a bounce on Shopify at 853.07. One, two, and three. If you look at Shopify, we did see some huge bets against Shopify, huge bets against IWM. I don't know if these are day trades. If you do look at a 5-day chart on Shopify, it is interesting to see 1, 2 yesterday, and then a nice deep bounce here this afternoon on Shopify. If you are bullish, this would be an indication that we trade higher here. But if there is a capitulation moment, there are bears saying, nope, we're selling this down to 750. And the implication on Shopify would be that you've got parts and goods and supply chain shortages to small and mid-sized merchants that use Shopify possibly, that you would see some companies fold during this time period due to shortages being expected to carry on past 2022. I would be paying attention right now on the news if they're highlighting the negativity of the Fed right now, or if they're highlighting the positivity of the Fed. As the chair is being very evasive right now. IWM looks like it's about to fall off a cliff. Now we're watching junk bond puts. This is not healthy for the market. You don't want to see junk bond puts. Very small bet, though. February 18th, JNK, 105p, $52,000. Yeah, high yield bonds fell off a cliff right at 2:25 p.m. Snap puts coming in 25 and 26p January 28th. Still not seeing, outside of IWM, still not seeing massive hedge flow. IWM is dangerously close to falling off a cliff here. If they retest the lows from yesterday, that's at 194.50. And if you go back to the previous day's lows, that was 191.24. Be conscious of this as I give you this information. When I relay this information to you, I want you to be clear, because there are traders inside of this broadcast that will hear me shout out put flow, and then there will be a snapback. And an event like this, at any moment, if there's a snapback, you can get caught in your trades and say to me, you are being overly bearish. So I have to put that disclaimer out there, because we don't know if traders trade independently on this channel. Watching more SPY put flow, January 26th, 426p, $52,000. SPY put flow, January 26th, 430p, $483,000. The only major hedging that I'm seeing is IWM currently. That's in the millions. It's $3.2 million so far, at least on high algo score. It is dated for, this was earlier in the day, dated for February 18th. That same strike that we keep talking about. February 18th, where we thought we would get another rip below. Watched some call buying here. SPY calls January 28th, 435C for $616,000. Apple calls January 28th, 160C, only $193,000. Everything so far is short dated. There were some directed attacks at Ford. There was some hedging continuing on IWM and Shopify. That does make sense with the conversation on shortages, or some admittance that shortages will persist. There's supposed to be a China trade that they can and will provide cheap goods into 2022, that they'll be cheaper once the dollar recovers, and that'll help our inflation issue. None of that's been addressed. J-Pow is implying that there will be continued shortages from emerging markets. That goes against the idea of that trade. I want to hear this part. He's talking about the easy money in other countries, emerging markets versus us. Basically, if we tighten too much and everybody else is looser, this is a year that we move away from highly accommodative. That's a nice statement. Ford puts rolling in. Very, very hawkish right now in this direct question. Much more hawkish than his earlier statement. Couple more meetings. Couple more meetings before running off the balance sheet. God, he's so fucking flip-floppy. He's so flip-floppy. Nimble my ass. He said the economy is stronger this time. Inflation's running higher. That's so fucking flip-floppy. Tesla calls into the bell. Any more dirt cheap Tesla calls? I want some dirt cheap Tesla calls into this bell. What I'm really paying attention to right now, I gotta be honest with you. Gotta be honest with you out there. I burned some calls from earlier on Tesla, but no big deal because it's just free fucking money, mine. What I'm looking for right here is a trade into close. Red 906. I'd like to see like a capitulation right into the bell and just scoop up some cheap ass calls expiring tomorrow. Then have Papa Elon come out. So that was it. We should close this up. So what did I take away from that? He started out being very neutral. It was a nice change to hear journalists hold him to the fire, right? Put the iron to him and try to get an answer. He did at some point switch from flip-floppy to more bearish or hawkish with just a little bit of, hey, we're going to try to save the market. But he was firm in saying that they are switching, right? That they are going to apply these things. So maybe, or for a minute there, I was saying, we're fine. I still don't think it's sell the market, but it is more bearish than I anticipated halfway through the presentation today. I was taking it as neutral. Then when he was first questioned, I was like, hey, he's flip-flopping. And then right towards the end, he did get kind of hawkish. And that was good to hear from J-Pow. It's more hawkish than he's been. The only issue that I still have with this, the only thing is that it still says, it signifies a bottom still. I really want him to just say, fuck it, we're done. We're done with the money. That's all I want to hear. It'd be a breath of fresh air from the Fed, and we're still not getting that. So I think I'm going to run up some more calls on Tesla into the close and see if we can get these to print. It's 3:27. We've got a half an hour. Maybe we can make this trade work at least to recover to 964, 950. I'm going to call it at 950. Not even looking at the chart. If we can get this tag here at 950 on Tesla, see if we can get a little bit of a recovery here. You notice that as the FOMC question and answers ends, the market is lifted away from the volatility of the news conference. I think the key here is going to be to look towards media. And I'm not talking like Business Insider. You want to see what their take on this is because he's still flip-floppy. I mean, he's flip-floppy, slightly negative. That's my take at this point. And I'm grateful for the reporters putting him to the iron because he did come out today and try to be not hawkish. He wasn't trying to be dovish or hawkish, and they did hold him to the iron, which I'm appreciative of. And to be honest, what I really want is not hawkish or dovish. I just want him to be honest. I want him to say, look, this is what we're doing. And of course, he's not doing that. He's just slightly leaning towards hawkish. I don't know how to explain that. Yeah, the buyers are buying here. There's a bottom here for sure. I gave a note to some traders out there that though I'm giving bearish flow, that there should be a rejection or a bounce on some kind of support. So be aware of that. It must be time in market that you don't realize that. So we'll just give that. I think I also said take profit at some point. So you can't blame me at that point. I just call it being new to the market. I think we might get that test of 422 maybe. I don't think that we see a sell the market event. I have to digest this for a day. I don't think that it's what you wanted to hear. If you were a bear, you wanted to hear more definitive. Did you guys hear about any kind of rate hikes? Did you guys hear like the Jamie Dimon shit? I didn't hear that. I heard flip-floppy. I heard that we're on the same track that we were going to be on. We priced in 3 to 5 rate hikes. So it's not like he said we're going to become more aggressive. He's reaffirming the aggressiveness that he's had. So this is what my takeaway is, we could see a retest. This 428 could have been the retest. Hold on here. Looking to buy some more here. There's a shit ton of bears on 430p at 60 cents. Literally, no bulls are buying anything on the call side. It's kind of funny. Everyone's super duper bearish right now, just heads up. Super duper bearish. Everyone is ultra bear right now. I might buy some of these for ultra bearish. Just a warning to you. If you're saying that we're getting this bounce right now, I want you to know into the close that everybody and their sister has turned bear suit. So even though we're climbing back right here, we're at 432.99, that every single player in the market is uber bearish. We're not player, but all of retail right now is like sell it all, get it sold. I don't know about that. I can't give an answer currently, definitively what that means. I'm really looking for, is this just a momentarily, we're bearish right now. You've got some, maybe like a business insider comes out and tells you that they're hella bearish. We trade down, we retest the lows, and then all of a sudden JPM comes out and says, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to take this market higher. So you have to this is when I do trade the news. You want to see what narrative they're trying to sell to you. Be conscious of that into the close. I would say that it has most certainly dashed the hopes of bulls that we're going to trade to all-time highs. I don't think you can give the bulls, hey, we're trading all-time highs. I don't think you can give the bears, we're going to go to the depths of hell. I don't see 360 with that statement. I think bears are lucky if they get a retest of 420. And they should be grateful that if they get a retest. If we get a retest of 420, I think we're grateful. I think the news will probably be bearish until we hit 420. And then you'll see a move higher. That's my take. See move down, retest 420. And if the news all of a sudden turns, if you get like a JPM Morgan comes out and tells you it's not that bad, they'll change their tune, then you'll see people saying, well, they were so bearish the other day and now they're so bullish. Why is that? That'll be the confirmation that you need that we go north again. I would expect that we also trade sideways to down overall from now into March, hopefully. It could possibly take into June if the Fed fucks around with their statements. If they fuck around with their statements, you could see a sideways market all the way into the end of the year, which is kind of fucked up. If you're uber super duper bearish, your price target to retest lows is 421.85. There is support here at 430, although I think the bulls' hopes are dashed. I think you'll see, you go to the party doesn't happen, and then you see bulls say, well, fuck it, then I got to reposition myself, and I'm going to wait for 420. I think you do see that at some point, some form of capitulation by bulls. I do not think, though, it's ultra bearish. I'm not as bearish as I was. Looking for lower like 390, a tough call for me to say that it's going to go to 390 at this point. Tough call. because I'm looking for Jerome to be ultra bear, not ultra bear, but to be definitive. And he was very evasive. Still, again, more fraud from the Fed. No matter how you cut it, slice it, and dice it. If a bear is going to go out there and tell you that was uber bearish, fuck no, it wasn't. And it wasn't bullish, but it wasn't bear. It wasn't ultra bear. The only ultra bearish thing I would give it was the shortage part, because there is the anticipation that it's not good that rates are going up for speculative growth companies, but it's really damaging to small and mid-cap companies that rely upon parts and goods. It's bearish for Ford. You know that you know that Tesla was able to work around shortages, but for a company like Ford, Ford can't work around shortages. Ford's got lots full of trucks that aren't moving because they don't have chips. They've got trucks they're putting out right now with no chips in them. Right? Then you've got, if there's a trade, maybe it's in the used car market. Maybe you're longing used cars. If you were selling a used car at home, they basically just told you, fuck you, you're not getting any new cars for more than a year. Well, that was from J-Pow's mouth, at least, right at the moment. So that would be an interesting trade to take a look at the used car market. I don't know what Cars is doing right now, but I would assume that it's ripping. And if it's not, it'd be worth looking at to rip once the implication is made. I think it's Cars, right? Cars.com. Yeah, I would, look at, take a look at Cars. I think it's Cars. There's a couple of them. Maybe not just Cars, but I would most certainly take a look at any used car dealers out there, because there was the implication that shortages will persist, and that is a change from previously that shortages would not persist. So if you're a bull, I'd be looking towards a trade in companies that'll thrive from shortages. I got a throat lozenge here. I'd be looking towards a trade, and you might have to wait for the banks to pick it up first. They're kind of fucking slow in these things. But if you do see shortages as a bull helping some companies, especially like anything used in the used market, that just says car prices are going up right there, right? I don't think anything says car prices are going up more than Jerome Powell, the leader of the free system, saying, yeah, fuck you, you're not getting your truck this year from Ford with a chip in it. Expect more shortages in vehicles next year, even if Tesla's working through it. That's going to make used cars go through the fucking roof. They're already through the roof. I would identify used car companies out there, publicly traded used car companies, and that's a new trade. They just traded down Cars too. You look at Cars, been traded down. It was at $19. You might see a move down briefly in Cars again, down to like $12 or $13, so that the banks can get back in that trade. But shit, if they're telling you that you have a chip shortage that isn't going away, they tell you that there's a part shortage not going away, telling you can't have a leather interior on your brand new luxury vehicle because they've only got cloth, then people are seeking out luxury. I own some luxury vehicles, and they've gone up in stupid value. Like getting a nice leather interior, getting all the bells and whistles. It's rare now in a brand new car. I don't know how many of you guys have been to a car lot. You basically get what they made. And J-Pow's telling you right now that expect that to persist. You guys want to talk about overnight moves? We can talk about that. Yeah, cloth seats. Okay, so let's talk about where we are in the market. That's a good question. So this is what we're going to talk about, okay? There's a few things we got to talk about as we head into the close. Number one, the dealers like to say, thank you for fucking playing. even if you're bearish, even if you're bullish, at some point they like to say, thank you for playing. Sometimes they don't. But yeah, keep an eye on cars. I wouldn't say buy cars today. Maybe we might miss the trade, but I would find like 2 or 3 used car publicly traded companies. Look for when the banks got into them. Looks like the banks got into the car company. Like let's just look at cars.com. Looks like $14.12, right? Just snap a line, create an alert. If cars trades down to $14 or maybe even $14.50, look to see if there's a volume kick on cars if that trade comes around, because that was not good news. That was very bad. That was one of the keys that I keyed into. Was shortages are critical. They're critical to our economy moving forward. It's one of the pieces to inflation. People can ask for higher pricing. You are seeing a bid on cars right now too into the close. So we're going to talk about some stuff. What does this mean, right? The general overall thing. First of all, they're gonna wipe the table. They're gonna take the value out of everything and try to not print shit into close on Friday and close on Wednesday. Maybe they print Friday. There might be a contrarian trade here on the markets into the close today. But there's going to be a deflation of bull hopes. I just don't think that, man, cars looks good right here. Looks real good. I like cars right here. Can't believe I'm saying that. Anyway, it deflates the bull case to go higher. If you're a bull out there, I'm a bull, right? Naturally, I'm a bull. Looking at that statement from the Fed, it's not like, hey, fuck you, we're selling this whole entire market. But it most certainly is, hey, we're going to dampen your hopes that we're going to trade higher. So if you're a bull, you're going to be looking for a bottom to buy. You're going to look for this event to be done with, right? Just give it some time. You give yourself 1 to 3 days and see where it washes out to, right? That's that sideways to down. Wait till you find support where bulls want to buy. If you're uber bearish, I don't know that you're going to get like the depths of hell trade that you're looking for. I don't know that you're going to get like the straight red bars down. He wasn't that hawkish today where we get straight red bars down to hell. You could take some nice long puts though. You could take some nice long puts on the SPY. You could take some definitely on the IWM. This is not faring well for the IWM trade into their ER season. I would say that small and mid-cap companies are fucking deflated right now. I would be. Even if we had our parts, I would be like, shit, the old man just said that we're screwed. You know, that's not a good look for IWM, not a good look for small caps. Probably okay for software companies that don't require chips or material, but it's not good for like a small mid-cap company that relies upon the influx of parts from emerging markets. Wasn't a good look. That was unexpected. I wouldn't be buying cars yet or any of those other companies. Just give it a little bit. You want to see the banks make that trade first, and you follow along with them. Microsoft, right, has calls coming in right now. March 4th, 300C, $600,000. Why is Microsoft getting those calls? Because Microsoft said, we don't need parts. We're okay. We don't rely upon parts. Apple, on the other hand, they rely upon parts. That's not good, right? So they're going to be targeting companies. They're going to have shortages, without a doubt. If you have persistent shortages, there's a bull argument that it only extends a great trade on these companies, that because they're not able to provide trucks, let's say, that there'll be more demand that'll build up over the years. But that extends it from that was supposed to be a 1 to 3 year trade based on shortages going away. If that turns into a 5 to 6 year trade, well, shit, I can make other trades between now and then for, you know, like swimming pools, right? If you can't get a swimming pool now, like I'm shocked right now. Like you're talking about consumers can't get a swimming pool. Consumers can't get golf clubs. You know, I go to sporting goods stores, and they fill the shelves with shit that nobody uses now. Like, you try to get some ski apparel, ski equipment. It's like filled with yoga shit, running stuff, like, and some of it's out of season. So if you look deeply on the shelves, there's still some shortages. But if you experience that for another 2 years, 3 years, the used market's going to increase even more. That's negative for our economy, even if the trade is later. So if you're a bull, I would say you might miss the trade today if it goes up higher, but I would wait. I would give it some breathing room for anywhere from now into Friday. I would expect us to trade sideways and down into Friday. That's my anticipation, is that the market needs time to digest what was said. The market's going to need time for the Fed statement to be not just interpreted, but what they want it to mean into Friday. There is a bid right now in SPY. Not going to lie. A lot of buyers in the SPY right now. I'm not going to take a trade at this point. I'm going to look and see what I've got sitting in my, let me see what I've got right now. What am I still holding right now? So I'm holding some Tesla, and I'm holding some SPY. The SPY is April 14th, 500C. Those are probably dead. They're down a little bit right now. Not a ton. What I'll probably do, because they're dated far enough out, is I'll just wait for the market to recover. I'll unfuck myself from those calls. I don't think we see 500 in April. It's possible. I don't see it. So what I'll do is I'll look to get out of those calls at some point down the road. I'll just leave those behind for now. ARK-K took a hit. The calls that have an ARK-K are February 18th. Those are 80C. What I do like about that trade is that I got into it with, I'm going to check them right now. I got into it with some big money. So what I'll do is I will wait to see if there's a snapback on that trade. Let me see if there's still interest in that trade. Yeah, they're still there. So the ARK-K trade, all that institutional money is still on that trade. It wouldn't shock me to see Cathie Woods come out and be like, oh yeah, by the way, we bought a bunch of American companies that are going to pump this ETF up. So I'm going to stick in this one until something changes or they unfuck themselves. So what they'll probably do, whoever's in this is a bank, and they're either anticipating some kind of an announcement from Cathie Woods, or they know that the $65 price range is right spot on for that company. So I'm going to stay in that trade. I'm not going to try to cut my losses there. And I'm not going to cut my losses on the SPY. I guarantee I break even on the SPY trade if I just wait a week, 3 days, 5 days, or whatever. I don't care if we even hit 420. Made a ton of money today on SPY calls. More than enough to pay for all these other trades. I've paid for all my trades today. I've finished green on the day. I took one put position earlier on that swing down, but did not hold to make that money on the trade down on SPY. My anticipation is that we will see some kind of a retest down below. It should be expected at this point that you're going to see. So if you guys wanted to grab some puts, grab some put spreads right in the money right now. It's a high probable trade that you will see a retest between now and more than likely Friday or Monday. You'll see a deflation in bears at this point, even if we trade higher. Let's say we trade higher into Friday. Maybe you make them for Monday. That might be a better trade, like a Monday put spread, and then cut them loose on Friday. If we don't trade up, and if we do trade up, you know, sometimes you'll see us trade up, then we'll burn all the calls, all the puts, and then they dump it on Monday. That's a second possibility. But I think they print between Friday and Monday. Put spreads. I would be conscious. I don't really like seeing, or not seeing, but I know that dealers will get real fuckery out there. And I know that bulls that are long, that are banks, will try to pump shit up. You saw it on, the prime example would be Piton. Piton dropped, right? And they drove it straight back up so they can sell all their position. And then they start to sell down over time heading into their ER. So just be conscious of that. That does happen in the market. So you can get kind of jacked if you try to buy like naked, or not naked puts, but naked calls. If you're if you're just buying puts in layman terms. And you are seeing resistance above here at 435. Let's see if we can see anything better here. Hero indicator is very negative right now. You do have buyers accumulating the market right now on SPY. You know, it's kind of a bummer. Gonna be honest with you. From the bull perspective, it's not what the bulls wanted to hear. From the bearish perspective, it's not what the bears wanted to hear. But it doesn't lean neutral positive. It leans more neutral negative until some support is found. So that's your next question, right? If you're a bull, do you want to buy this market at 420? Do you want to buy it at 409, 406? Do you want to buy it at 390? Where do you want to see Apple to buy with that Fed statement is the big question, right? Apple is like holding on by a thread. Watching a ton of calls come in right now, too. Watching calls on QQQs, SBUX, LCID, Misfit, Roblox calls, TSM calls, Facebook calls, calls on WES, T, QQQs. Still watching Bulls have still not been beaten yet into submission. PRCH, May 20th, 15C, and $650,000. So still some good call structure coming in. I'm going to stick to my Kathy Woods trade. I'm not quite sold on a market sell-off that's huge bearish now. I don't see like a sell the market. I see flip-flopping, and that bothers me. What do you guys think? Let me see what you guys are thinking out there. Let me scroll up. Two standard deviation moves and 2-year yields today. What are your thoughts for Tesla here after Bell? Just put the market on her back. Piton, LOL. What's Piton doing? I got a stack of Piton shit. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. I can't wait to drive this into the absolute ground. I thought Piton was a good company at $10. And then after that shit the other day, I'm like, that was it. You broke the camel's back. Straight fraud, legal fraud. Let's see what we got here. Did bring the container rates play to Discord, brother? I've been looking for good research and input. Oh yeah, container rates. Dry Baltic cooling off, but container rates still high, right? Thoughts on Tesla ER? What structure of put spreads for Monday? Just right in the money. I'd say do them Friday, but you know, they like to fuck around. The dealers like to fuck around. It's the whole thank you for playing trade, right? All the bears load up right now. All the bulls are fucked, right? So they don't bring it up, so the bulls don't get paid. And they don't dump it, so the bears don't get paid. Sometimes they do. But they just, you know, they trade it sideways on a Friday. They wash everybody out, and they dump it on Monday. That I'm not guaranteeing that happens. But if you're like full on, like we're gonna burn, it probably won't happen until Monday. It's the max amount of pain that they can give to both sides right now. Might be a good trade in VIX right now because the event is over. Look at Piton's about to shit itself right into the close. Careful about this one that's out there. This is negative for the market. HYG, April 14, 85p, $1.1 million. Not healthy. Zoom out on SPY. I'll zoom out on SPY. I haven't even looked at SPY in like the past 5 minutes. Let me zoom out. Yeah, I know it does look like the 1, 2, 3 up, doesn't it? The 1, 2, 3 up play on SPY looks huge. You guys want me to get some calls into the close on SPY? You guys are saying that we're going way higher. I'll buy some more SPY. I'm down to play SPY. I'm still in some long dated SPY calls. You got 15 centers expiring today. Wait, 13 cents. I'll buy some FDs with you guys. You guys want to play some FDs? Do we get to 437? Doubt it. I doubt it. Sorry, I'm like mauling on a throat lozenge. I doubt that we trade up tomorrow. If you get an overwhelming, we'll watch the flow into the close today. I'm gonna stick by my assumptions here. I think the market's a little bit too dangerous for both sides, so I'm gonna stick in the trades that I've got to try to trade out of them at some point. If it takes some time between now and Friday, and then I'm going to reassess. I need to take a break. I need to go back through and digest what Fed Chair Powell said. I am grateful that the journalists, though, held him to the iron. And we'll see if anything comes in after the bell here. If we see a waterfall of negative or positive, we'll talk about it. I'm going to bring up the Tesla ER and see if I'm going to go to Tesla right now and see if we can watch Tesla ER together. And I'm going to buy some calls for Tesla ER right now. One more time, I'm going to get back into Tesla because I owe it to my homies. I'm going to buy some Tesla calls just in case. I've only got 3 minutes left. So I'm hoping I can buy some Tesla calls into the bell, add some. I'm going to buy one. Jesus Christ, those are expensive. Fucking A. $2,000 a pop. Woof. All right, fuck it. $2,000 a pop. I'm in for 22.05. See if it fills. I always hate these fucking trades with you guys. This is where I end up losing all my gains for the day. I'm in for 1000 C. And I'm going to bring up Tesla's ER or Tesla ER. Turn that on. Is it right at 4 p.m. or is it later? I haven't even checked. Sometimes it's later in the day because it's California. It's at 5:30. Oh shit. Just some naked calls. Dirty naked calls on Tesla. Again. And I scorched the first ones. But that's cool. I'm down. I'm down, man. They've made so much money from them that I could care less. Looks like there's a press release out on that was January. That was Q4. I don't have the link for today's investor relations. I'm so behind the ball. So I'm in some Tesla calls. I'm down for that. And we're gonna watch at 4 from 4. Those we're gonna do at 4 p.m. to 4:15. We're gonna watch what comes in the front door. Okay, and then I'm gonna sign off at 4:15. I'm gonna get back together with you guys just before the press release starts on Tesla, and we'll watch the earnings call together. If you want to join us, I will try to, and I'm not gonna try to. I'm gonna do a live feed with the Tesla Tesla relations. So we can talk about it and chat in the feed. I do, because the earnings release isn't until 5:30, I think. And I do want you to see that we have coming in right now QQQ puts December 15th, 2023. 340p for $7 million. Right at the bell, CVX calls February 18th, a 134C. And we'll see what happens into the bell. Make sure you like and subscribe. Please donate to help support the channel. It is critical that we support this channel and that you use the donate button. We're going to be taking this private at some point. I want to thank Ebb and Flow for tipping today. Ebb and Flow sold a rip, made some money. Robert tipped a day ago. Robert L for $5. Thank you, Robert. Abdullah tipped yesterday for $10. Thank you very much. Anthony subscribed. Gavin subscribed. Jordan subscribed. Daniel subscribed. Oh, so the ER report comes any minute, though. Eric is updating us. See, I'm on Tesla right now. So we'll see what's up here. I'll stay with you guys. I'm not going anywhere. I am a Tesla bull, if anybody didn't know that. I know that some bulls don't like what I say. That's fine. I'm not trying to make anybody happy. But I am bullish on Tesla. I'm in 1,000 Cs. So we'll see if they hold up till tomorrow morning. I really want that. Oh, one other thing I'm seeing right now. ARK K. Dude, check this out. You guys ready for this? This is hilarious. So when I told you that I didn't sell out of my ARK K position, we had ARK K. February 18th, 80C. Right at the bell. $1.2 million in calls, baby. $1.2 million in calls on ARK K. I want to check and see if my Uber calls are up. My diamond-handed Uber calls. I mean, not Uber. I mean, ARK K. My bad. So somebody bought ARK K calls at the bell. Doubled down on that bet. Talked to you about how sometimes banks will try to get that money back. So we'll look to see if ARK K can make a move higher, even in this diversity. So the call is later. I should differentiate about that too. The report versus the call. So the earnings call will be at 5:30 p.m. So the Tesla call, Roberts, will be at 5:30 p.m. We're going to get the report right now. Oh, those RK? They're blocked, but I don't think it matters. I think that so they were all sweeps. Then we got a block trade. But what I think is that if I'm guessing, they're going to try to get themselves out of those calls at some point on Monday, Tuesday, or Friday. I'm floored at that trade. I almost sold out of that. I almost sold out of those fucking RK calls and took the L, and I didn't, which is pretty freaking wild. So we'll check Tesla real quick. We'll load up Tesla after hours. It's funny how the market works, isn't it? Funny how the market works. Every time you want to capitulate to something, and then sure than shit, they're pulling a fast one behind the scenes. That's a big part about golden tickets too. You'll notice it in golden tickets. If it's going the wrong way, they'll either re-up on them or reposition. So if you follow the trade closely, come on, baby, give me some of that love on Tesla. Give me that Tesla love. I'll get you guys some Tesla information here in just a second. Hold on here. Give me just a second. Nope. Wrong one.
It's 52%, which is, I mean, again, we were last quarter at 53%.
Intel had a straddle on it. Tesla's selling down off the bell, down to 912.41. Just a note that Tesla had support in the after hours. Tesla had support at 901. We'll look lower from the data prior to the close. If you break 900, you're looking for the next price target of 850. We've talked about that one. We've also talked about, we've got, just a heads up here, you have 14 minutes left, right, to buy puts after the bell on the Qs on SPY that you could ride into tomorrow if there's no recovery as a hedge if you are long the market. And that major support that was in 750, it has risen up to 800. It has solidified here. There is some more volatility here. I do like the trade at 800 now more than 750. It's now closer to 800, 825. So we're down to 885 currently. They beat on Tesla, top and bottom line. Killed it. Now all you really need to see is you need to see when Elon comes out, is he able to... Hold on here a minute. Is Elon able to raise the stock price up? That's the big question. They had a beat across the board. Now it all rests on Papa Elon. Conference call, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So what I'm going to do is at 4:15, I will log out. I'm going to turn this feed off. I'll turn it back on at 5. No, it's at 5:30. So at 5:15, I'll put another live feed up so we can watch together. It's not a blowout, they're saying right now on Tesla. It would never shock me to see insiders pay CNBC to try to get the cheapest price they possibly can. So you really need Elon to step up. I mean, that's what it comes down to. First level support is 850. Then you're looking for 800 for some real firm support. It used to be at 750. It has come up the past week. From over the past week and a half, from 750 went up to like 785, and then it started to consolidate right around 800. CNBC's making fun of traders. Then CNBC is also talking about wanting that cheaper price, that it doesn't matter how good Tesla earnings is, that, like you basically are pulling a hissy fit and saying, I don't want it unless it's 750. That does bode well for Elon. If Elon comes out and just says, fuck you, we're going higher, he can do that. He has that ability. If we do get a sell-off into close today and an expectation of more selling into tomorrow's earnings reports, there is 4 minutes left to just buy some puts into tomorrow on the market. You have 4 minutes left. If you want to know where everybody's at, I'll let you know right now. And everyone's, dude, look at how expensive this shit is. Everyone's on 430p, expiring on Friday. They cost $4.25. No thank you. They could go up to $20, but seriously, no thank you. And there's still some people on 450C for Friday at 25 cents. Diamond Handers still holding 450C into Friday. That's a tough call. Maybe. But the puts are so expensive. I can't ride that put train, man. Not today. Can't ride that put train for that price. And I know they can go to $20, but not on SPY. I can't. Tesla down 4.5%, 5% at the worst. 3 minutes left to the market. Maybe some weakness into the guidance at 5:30 p.m. I have 1,000 calls. Could care less if I lose the money. This is my tithing. I owe Papa Elon for making me so much money. Just so you can see this previous support here, right at 900, it's been strong. It's been a great place to buy trades leading up to the earnings report. Not seeing any flow after the bell right now. Nothing significant. Looks like the market wants to digest where it's at. Watch some of the premium to cool off from the market. Let me see what you guys are saying up here. Let me scroll through and see what you guys are. What do you guys read or saying here? I'm missing some of what you guys are saying here. Hold on here. Let me go through what you guys are saying. Yeah, Tesla had a beat, but they didn't beat by a lot. That's what CNBC's saying. EPS Whisper was 2.7. 30% margin on auto. Yep. Yeah, I think auto is a great trade, Dylan. Honest to God, like the margin trade, dude, the auto trade is fucking fire, bro. Eric's saying there's insane panic right now. Elon Musk call will bring it down more or up. Someone on CNBC, yeah, it is CNBS. Probably come claim they beat, but not beat enough. Yeah, exactly. This day is nuts. Is Discord still down? Some people are saying they were able to get in, no problem. Tesla supply chain limits likely to continue through 2022. Thanks for the update, Omar. Spotify to take down Neil Young's music after saying they need to choose between him or Joe Rogan. Guys, I opened a Tasty account today, and holy crap, that UI is dysfunctional. Hutch, did you download, or are you using the downloaded desktop broker, or are you using the, I only use the Windows-based Tasty. Elon don't care. 880, Neil Young kick rocks. Couldn't even figure out. I actually know Neil Young, believe it or not. I've met him a few times, I should say. NTC porked after what looks like good earnings. Bad guidance for NTC. We are buying Tesla at 800 on Friday. Excuse me. We just need the Apple puke. Yeah, that's... Let me turn something down. Hold on. Apple probably puking to close on Friday. Tesla. I'm trying to see whatever you guys are talking about here. Retest the 200 MA. That sounds right. Discord's back now. Okay. Half of Discord users were back across, probably across all of Discord, right? I'd expect that it was an influx of people. Elon's driving a Tesla, Cybertruck and Tesla on Twitter. Fuck yeah. I haven't been on Twitter at all. As good as last year was for these companies. Goog winner of the day up 51. Yeah, Goog I would expect to be up. T beat earnings fell 8%. Yeah, I don't know some of this stuff right now. Yeah, the same thing happened yesterday. FDs that I place at the close, Tesla. Mostly because I owe my blood to Tesla. I don't mind losing the money either. It's Tesla. I owe Tesla. Until I break even on Tesla, I owe them. What a wild day. Yes, a wild day for sure. I'm surprised we're down right now and I'm up on the day. Just on the volatile trading. And, you know, Euroboomer, I want to come back to what Euroboomer was saying. And, you know, guys like Euroboomer, guys like Joe Donut, a lot of the Tesla bulls won't publicly tell you on Twitter, but they relish the fact if they could buy Tesla at 750 or 800. They're never going to tell you that. They're never, ever, ever, ever going to admit to you publicly that they would love to buy Tesla at 750 or 800. I promise you. I promise you 100%. The real Tesla bulls would give their left nut to buy Tesla at 750 or 800. Like old OG Tesla bulls love buying the real dips. And that shit's been going on for a decade. And they just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. These are the guys that sell calls. These are the guys that they have different priorities than you do. But OG Tesla bulls, they just wait. Patient investors. Super patient investors. Now they'll be on Twitter telling you Tesla to 3,000. They'll smile. They'll pump it because they do want to sell you calls. But I know these bulls. I've been trading with them for a long time. They know when to buy. I would almost be sure that a few of them listen into this broadcast and know my stance on where I want to buy it. Almost positive. Yeah, Dylan. That auto trade is baller, bro. There's got to be some shortage trades that are out there. I have no thoughts on Neil Young either. I said that I knew him. I only know him. I knew him and I forget his girlfriend or wife was like a smoking hot model. T beat earnings. What else you guys saying right now? Elon driving. I love that. I'm trying to scroll through everything you guys are saying right now. I recall once because I did not want to take the tax gain by losing shares. We'll front run at 760. Elon has to save us. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it. I didn't expect to win the trade. It's more of I have to do my part. So I did take a trade. It was fun to make a trade. It could blast through the roof today. You don't know what Elon's going to say. You know, Elon could come out and say, we're splitting the stock. And every single bear out there will be dead. I want to hear what he has to say. It's 4:20. The market's closed. If you wanted to market hedge, you had a chance to do that. I didn't see anything crazy come in after the bell, except for that 6.9 million on QQQs. But that's a hedge that's a year out. So nothing abnormal. Sounds reasonable. So I'm going to wait and see. I'll get back to you guys around at 5:15. I'll have a stream up with a live feed blasting. I'm going to turn all my other computers off. We're going to free up all the internet space so it's as direct as possible. Have a whiskey available. Yeah, do not buy leaps on any company reporting until about 3 months later. Ever. Never, ever. Who made that point? Hey, Matt Mariotti's making a good point here. I just want to be clear with all of you. I do not care. I don't care if they had the best earnings ever. Like not 3 months, like a month and a half. Like you wait like a month and a half to buy leaps. And there's times of the year that are best times to buy leaps. This is one of them. There's 3 times of the year that are best to buy leaps. This is one of them. You wait till like the depths of hell on the best reporting companies. Also make sure the companies had 2 to 3 great ERs before. Make sure they're in growth phase. Yeah, there's a bunch of things tied to it. And then you buy them long enough, more than a year out, not just the 6 or 9 months. We should talk about leaps someday. There are ways to make a lot of money on leaps, and timing is Matt made a great point on that. Yeah, that'll be neat too. Elon stepping down would be kind of cool in a way. Hey, you guys all have a great day. I made some great money today. To be honest with you, the day trade in the SPY was great. Kirk's saying that Tesla, our own factories, have been running below capacity for several quarters as supply chain became the main limiting factor, which is likely to continue through 2022. Yeah, it's not positive. So supply chain, right? So we talked about that supply chain earlier. That was a key part of that conversation from Jerome. There are implications from Jerome Powell saying that supply shortages are to continue. Now, a bull will tell you that means the money flow will continue. I can see that. But it's not going to impact the market today. What is going to impact the market, and what you want to be watching, is anything used. Just keep an eye on anything used right now. You're talking about a shortage on cars going from 1 year to 3 years to 3 to 6 years. If supply chain issues last for longer than another year or two, they'll compound out. It implicates a lot of trading. Yeah, I love leaps. Yeah, supply chain forward guidance, dude. That coupled with what Jerome said today, used cars, baby. You're gonna see. I'm gonna make a projection, right? I think you'll see a 10% increase in used cars this week. I think word will get out. Yeah, within this week. You're talking about people waiting now. What the expectation is somewhere between 6 months to a year, now going to 2 to 3 years. You know what else I would take some calls out on is car repair. I got a lot of work to do tonight. I have to look up like car repair stocks, if there are any junkyard stocks, any kind of shit like that. Where is the money gonna go? If the money's not gonna go to a used or to a new car, does it go into used cars? Does it go into the maintenance? Does it go into like the auto parts stores? Maybe should get a rip out of this, even if there are supply shortages. It's kind of like I was talking to somebody about. They were talking about one of their clients was a hardware store on an island that had a hurricane, and they were the only hardware store that survived, and so they were able to charge $400 for a hammer, right? And it was the only hardware store that could get supplied. So they boomed. And that's my question is, which hardware stores have the most supply? Yeah, I don't know. I have to look into them tonight. I love cycling. I got a bunch of bikes. I got a whole quiver of bikes. I look fat as fuck right now, but that's only because I've been sitting around here with you guys all day long. Can't trade my own hours anymore. Plus, I got that COVID-20. Used to be skinny. Now I'm fat as fuck. I probably put on 60 pounds over the course of the 2 years. I used to be really like real thin, skinny. Okay. So Tesla's recovering right now in after hours. I will get back to you guys at 5:15. I'm going to take a break for about 45 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. The only sure bet, Kirk, is Piton. Have a great day, guys. I love you, Kirk. Yeah, ride and trade with you guys. Dude, I would do that just to be hilarious. I've got a shitty so I was riding a bike during part of I was trying, yeah, thanks to all you guys. I have a bike. I was riding it during COVID for the first year or so. I was riding a bike indoors. I've got one. I could put it in here. That shit would be hilarious. Like riding a bike and trading. I'd put on some like 1970s shit and I'll ride with you guys. So Robert, playback that talk from JPOW today. There's some. This isn't, and I want to make a note that this isn't a trade that you should take right now, but this is definitely a trade that is on the plates of banks right now. That comment on shortages is critical. You guys have a great afternoon. Yeah, you guys have a great day. Wait till we just start interviewing people. It's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, I used to be like 100. Well, my skinniest I was 160 pounds, and then I went to like 180, 190, building houses and stuff. Because I was like roofing. I was learning all the trades and stuff, so I could flip my own houses. And then when COVID happened, I went from like this big guy. I went from like skinny to big, and then the muscles going away now. But it ain't over, baby. Okay, and I'll be out west here soon. I'm moving out of Michigan, I think by April. So I'll be back out doing lots of outdoor stuff again. All right, so I'll see you guys